Welcome to Cook for Fun TV. Today is Sunday, May 14, 2017. The time is approximately 9 a.m. in the Eastern Standard Time Zone, and we're broadcasting live from the Greater Toronto area of Ontario, Canada. And today's menu is Vietnamese spring rolls and summer rolls and taro fries. In Canada, it's also Mother's Day, and the food that we have prepared this weekend is in preparation for tonight's family dinner with my family and my brother's family who are visiting. So let's get started. We're going to start by preparing the taro to make the fries, and we will firstly peel the taro and cut the taro into French fry shapes and soak them. The soaking will allow some of the starches to be released. It will make for a crispier fry when we're frying them. And if you're wondering what taro is, this is a common vegetable in the Southeast Asia. It is a root vegetable. It shares similarity with potato, but it's a little different. Okay, it is white in color, and if you look at the close-up view, in it there are strands little particle strands that are purplish that are visible and give it the unique purple color that often gets highlighted when the vegetable is cooked. Good morning, Nick Thrust. How are you? Thanks for tuning in again, and thanks for watching quite a bit of our show yesterday. Yesterday's show was the part one of our weekend Mother's Day special. We're celebrating Mother's Day in Canada, and we were cooking a lot of food. But I promise today it will be more regular and not as lengthy as yesterday's intense menu. So we had started the cooking yesterday just so that we weren't rushing and doing things last minute for tonight's Mother's Day dinner. We just spread it apart, and yesterday we had a cottage pie, which is an English classic dish, or a classic casserole with a meat mixture and gravy for the bottom layer, carrot mash for the second layer, and mashed potato for the top layer. We also had Japanese cheesecake, which is a cake that merges sponge cake and cheesecake together, and spinach dip as an appetizer. So that was a long stream, and today we're doing Vietnamese spring roll, which are fried spring rolls, and Vietnamese summer rolls, they're not fried at all. We'll have two great dipping sauces. One will be a lime-based dipping sauce with some chili pepper, garlic, fish sauce, and sugar. That's actually a very lovely sauce. It almost sometimes tastes better than the actual food that you're dipping it in. And the next sauce is a nutty sauce with usually it requires peanut butter, some hoisin sauce, which is an Asian sweet sauce, garlic, chili, and some sugars. Yeah. I'm allergic to peanuts, so I've substituted peanut butter with soybean butter, also known as wow butter in Canada. Good morning, B. Sultan. Thanks for tuning in again. Yeah, and you probably heard my spiel, and yesterday's stream was really, really long. I know I kept you in suspense for long with all the cooking that we were doing, and I appreciate you for your support and being a part of the stream. I always feel bad when I'm keeping people from what they're doing, and I try to keep the streams sort of in a reasonable time frame. So today's will be more regular. We're doing Vietnamese rolls. We're doing the spring rolls, which are fried, and the summer rolls, which are actually, it's more of a salad. Once you roll them up, they're ready to eat. So that will be more manageable. And then we'll have time to clean up and get ready for our guests coming. We also have in the background, you can't see it, we have a turkey. I followed this recipe by the singer Trisha Yearwood, where your turkey has to be under 12 pounds. You season it, like you butter it, you season it, garlic powder, onion powder, you put your vegetables in the cavity of the turkey. You bake it in a roaster with a rack, with the bird sitting on the rack. Put 2 cups of boiling water. Make sure your bird is covered completely with a tight-fitting lid. Put it in the oven. Have it cooking on high for 500 for 1 hour. Turn off the oven, and 6 hours later, it's supposed to be ready. So I'm trying this out. Taro fries sound amazing. Thank you. I've never tried it before, but we have this big taro. Approximately 1/3 of it is going into our spring roll, and the rest I have to find something to do with it. And I don't know a lot of recipes involving taro, and it often sort of just sits in the fridge, and I do random things with it. And someone gave me the idea last week of doing taro fries. We will have the deep fryer going today, and thought let's try the taro fries. So the first step after the taro is cleaned up is to cut up the fries and soak them in water to get the starch out. And that's the same step that you use when making potato French fries. Okay, so I'm just checking that it's clean. Right. And this root vegetable is common in Southeast Asia. It is, it's very much like a potato, but it's slightly on the sweet side, but not quite as sweet as a sweet potato or yam. And it pairs very well with coconut milk. It's often used in desserts, but I've just never used it to make dessert. The desserts that it's used to make are soupy desserts. They tend to be cold as dessert soups, which are common in Asia. They're it'd be boiled, cubed, boiled with tapioca, in a coconut milk, and just eaten like that. So I don't do much. I haven't done that before, and so often I have leftover taro. Okay, let me just get my cleaver. Okay. Hey. You're in the gym. Very healthy. Good for you. Well, no problem. But thanks for tuning in. And enjoy your exercise. Very good on you to be doing that. I need to get back in shape as well. Just having some milk in the morning. Did my mom enjoy the cottage pie? My family actually hasn't tried it yet. Our dinner is tonight, so I made it in advance. I actually passed the pie over to them, and they have it in their fridge. They have 2 refrigerators, and thus they have the space for it. We can't fit it in our fridge. We had the turkey in there that was still thawing. We had no room for it, so they have it. They can't eat it until tonight, so a little bit of a suspense for them. Okay, so So I only need about 1/3 of this for the spring rolls that I'm making. Just be a bit more generous and do 2/5. Yeah, I'll just eyeball that. Okay, it's kind of this. Do a little bit more. I'm saving this part for the spring roll. I'll actually do a bit more. I quite like the texture of the taro in my spring roll, so I'll put that aside. And we're gonna cut these into fries. Okay, so, they won't be really thin. I'm going to do slightly, I guess, probably, I'll try my best to do 1 centimeter fries. It's always easier to work with thicker fries and thin ones. Yeah. So I don't have to be worried about over frying them. But we're actually going to fry them using a double fry method. The first step, once these have been soaked, and we're actually doing these after the spring rolls have been fried, so we'll make sure that these taro fries have been soaked for approximately an hour. That's the coffee machine. Mr. Fun is having his morning coffee. And the coffee station is in our dining room. So the first frying, I guess, stage that we do, or first round of frying that we do, will be to par cook them. We will have them frying on the temperature of 300 Fahrenheit. That will not get the fries crispy. That will cook the inside. If you think of par boiling, this is par frying. So we'll get the insides nice and soft. And we'll do that for approximately 5 to 7 minutes. And then once that's done, we will take them out of the deep fryer. Just keep them in the straining basket and crank up the heat to 400 Fahrenheit. And once the heat has reached that higher level, we will again fry them. Put the fries back into the fryer, and we will fry them for another 5 to 7 minutes. Some recipes will even say to do 10. It shouldn't overcook them. We'll just have to keep an eye on them to make sure that they don't turn too dark. Okay, so that's pretty much it. Okay, so I've got my container filled with taro, and I'm going to soak them in water to get the starch out. And I'll just put that off to the side. Okay, now we're going to I know what we're gonna do. We're going to shred the taro. Okay. So, got a lot of handy bowls to my side. Okay. And I'm just going to use a grater. What I like to do is I find that after holding the box shredder for a while, it kind of gets sore because of these, even though they're rounded, these edges. So if I want to be more comfortable, I put on my oven mitt. These are funny oven mitts. I always mention how funny they are. They look like garden mitts to me, but they've got the silicone to protect when handling your oven pans. So I'm just shredding it. Okay. You can use a food processor. You can use a vegetable peeler. And I was debating that when I was handling the taro when it was a larger size, to use a vegetable peel, because that way I have extra vegetable to hold on to while I use the peeler. But then I thought I really do need to get the taro fries soaking so that the starches come out and we're ready for frying them. So I sort of had to it's just it might be a bit tricky to use the peeler, although I can try a bit. But either way, I'm working with very little vegetable to shred, so I think it won't make a big difference if I use. I'll try, maybe. Yeah, that's pretty easy. But I'll have to stop when I'm running out of vegetable to hold on to. Good morning, Esprit Freely. How are you? It's been a couple of weeks. I hope you've been well. And I haven't forgotten your request to challenge me to make a beef Wellington. Do have to work up that, skill set and be mentally prepared, and just to be sure that I'm confident that I won't ruin the beautiful steak when making the beef Wellington. I was even considering making a Wellington out of a different meat. I think it exists. I think I've seen a recipe before, but haven't looked into it recently. But I consider perhaps a chicken Wellington or a pork tenderloin Wellington. Then something like pork, I wouldn't be really concerned about overcooking. Because the trick with Wellington is that the beef is covered. It's baked and it's covered with the pastry crust, and you have no way of knowing what the level of cookedness is for the beef. It's such a trick. It's such a challenge. Even when I can see it, and I'm doing the steak on a grill. I don't know the word anymore. I just forgot. The flat pan. Griddle, on the griddle. The outsides look great. I think I've timed the steak for 6 minutes on each side to be perfectly medium rare, but it doesn't always work out, so yeah. So just have to really, really make sure I've got the skills down before doing it. So I do tend to remember when I'm actually engaging with the viewer, if it's just a comment, without, if it's something that's food for thought. I'm going to use that expression because we're working with food today. If it's food for thought, I'll usually remember. Yeah. I was thinking the other day, though, when I'm reading something work-related or if something is a chore, I might not remember. I would have to reread something over and over again, but I find that when I'm just glancing recipes, some people think that I've researched a lot before streaming, but if I read something that is really of interest, I'll just remember it. For example, right before my stream yesterday, where I did a British classic of cottage pie, also known as shepherd's pie. I read for the first time that it was traditionally made of lamb rather than beef. In North America, we've altered everyone else's recipe. It's too bad, but it's originally it should be made with lamb, and so now I will always remember that, but I get my snippets of information. I don't know. And certain things sticks. I don't want to put you through hell to make something tasty food. You cook brilliant food as it is. Well, I think the fun thing about streaming and interacting with viewers and taking on requests is I really am up for the challenge. When I made last Sunday, I made a rice pudding pie from Finland. It's a national dish. It's called Karelian. I'm not sure if it's ethnically pronounced that way. It's spelled Karelien, and it was I was doing it very slowly. I had to redo some steps, and the viewer that requested that said he felt bad because it's actually quite technical, and I just I just did what I had to do. I might have been a slow turtle at doing it, and I might have been really hesitant and just rethinking my steps before doing them to really understand what I was doing, but. It's without doing that, I wouldn't have the opportunity to learn and try something different. And when I first started the stream in December, I don't know, I just thought, okay, I would cook some of the favorite foods that we make in this kitchen, just because we like to share them. And then people started asking, can you do this? And I thought, I'll learn how to do it. Why not? And had so much fun. We made, one of, B Sultan's on in the chat room, the Persian chicken with walnut and pomegranate molasses. That's very memorable. Never tried that before. I ate it and cooked it for the first time on the stream, and it was a hit. My mom asked me for a personal cooking session the day after I had her try some, and I did a German schnitzel. I did Swiss walnut tart. That was really good. Mr. Cook for Fun came downstairs. And he looked at me, and I was eating it, and I handed it over to him to eat because he wanted some. It was really good, and it's just something we've never tried before, and a lot more stuff too. So, yeah, I love embracing these new ideas and trying, and also learning in the process too about. Other cultures, and sometimes I see similarities. So I made this bread pocket called runza. It is commonly eaten in the Midwestern states in the U.S. and it was brought to the U.S. by Russians. It was more specific than Russians. It's a particular, I think it's a, but I've forgotten by now. And it's a bread pocket made with beef and cabbage and sometimes cheese. And when I saw that recipe, it reminded me of northern Chinese bread pockets. And in China, they're not baked, they're steamed. They're steamed or they're fried. So I had them cooked 3 ways on the show just to show the variety and how you can totally apply cross-cultural cooking techniques. So anyways, I'm quite passionate about what I'm doing, this show, and I love everything that I'm getting out of it. So I can talk a lot about it. Yeah. I don't have a meat thermometer, B. Sultan. I have, well, I don't know. Like I have a thermometer, but I don't know if it's for meat, and I don't even know where it is. So we're not finished unpacking some of the stuff since we moved to this home, which was in February, a while ago. I have a thermometer. I think it was bought at Starbucks, so I think it's more for coffee making. Yeah, so I don't have a meat thermometer. My cell phone just talked. I think Google thought I was Google thought I was asking it a question because I'm talking so loud. It responded. That's only ever happened to me in the car when my husband and I were chatting, and then Google would say, "I can't quite understand your question. Can you repeat that?" And yeah, that happened for the first time outside the car. So the kitchen range, the range in our old house, our townhouse, had a meat thermometer right inside the oven that you can stick, I would assume, into your turkey. But yeah, I should get one. Then I can learn. I'm sure it's easy to find, and then I could learn more about the art of cooking steak, and then Mr. Cook for Fun will be incredibly happy because steak is one of his weaknesses. I did mention SP freely that time when you brought up beef Wellington, that on our cruise to Bermuda, he ate about 3 to 4 plates of beef Wellingtons, and he's not the type to eat extra because we have to finish off the food or it'll go to waste. Like he eats enough until he's full, and our server brought out extra portions because they're good, and he always sort of takes care of us and hooks us up on the cruise. Everything is buffet. Everything is whatever you order on the menu, you can order it again. It's not extra. So our server would bring out extra of the really good stuff, just kind of knowing that we're going to ask for it anyways. And so there were extra beef Wellingtons on the table, and he just was going chomp, chomp, chomp on the beef Wellingtons. But I'm quite different. I don't eat a lot of meat. I like meat, but I need my sides, and I need to pair my foods with different things. So I feel lucky that I'm living in a multicultural city where I don't have to eat the same style of food every day. Hi, username. How are you? Thanks for tuning in again. And I was mentioning earlier to viewers that tuned in yesterday, thanks for sitting through that long stream. Usually our streams are more, the time management is a bit better. It's all usually cleaner. We can sort of keep this stream at to a reasonable time length. Yesterday we just had a lot going on, but that was because of that we're celebrating Mother's Day in Canada. Okay, that's actually enough taro. After I shred it, it looks like a lot. That's quite a bit. You know what? I'll just finish it. I was thinking I can use these extras for making extra fries, but it is a lot. Okay, I will do that. So I will make extra fries with these ones. Just sort of trim them to make the fries look nice and rectangular. Yeah. Yes. Thank you. Yeah, so cassava and taro. I did look it up online, cassava, and I think tuca is another name for it. I think they're just slightly different. Like the taro is fatter in shape, and the cassava is a little thinner. I don't know what the taste difference is though. So they could be really, really similar. Yeah. So we're making fries, and we're also using this as an ingredient for our spring rolls. For those who aren't familiar with this, I do want to describe this better. It's like a potato, but it's just got a sweeter taste to it, but not quite as sweet as yam. And it's also more I guess it's more sturdy. Is that the good word? More firm than potato. It's still can be. I guess it's as firm as a carrot, like not quite potatoey, not as soft as a potato. I don't know. No, not really. It just. Oh, you know what? It has less water content than potato. Because potato, it really, really secretes or releases a lot of water. If I were to put potato into the spring roll rather than taro, a lot of water would come out. Potato doesn't work so well in spring roll unless you make pierogies and you cook it first. Then all the, it's already been, like the water's been released, and yeah. So pheasant gen hype. Yeah, totally. If you haven't tried this Persian chicken walnut pomegranate molasses stew, you really have to try. You're missing out on life. It's it's so easy to make, and it's pretty healthy because you're not frying, you're not barbecuing, like nothing's getting burnt or charred or swimming in grease, and you're using two superfoods, walnut and pomegranate, two very, very super healthy foods. And the combination, the nutty flavor of the walnut and pomegranate, the tartness of the pomegranate, it's out of this world. It's like I'm tempted to explore other nut and fruit combinations. It's like a lot of recipes that I work with, they use pretty similar ingredients like onions, salt, pepper. They tend to just be savory with a hint of, I don't know, sweetness, a hint of acidity. That's pretty much it. But when you've got the nuttiness, that deep nutty flavor, it's good. And B. Sultan did mention, I recall, about, like if you have allergies to walnut, to try it with almond. I wouldn't see why the flavor would be, like it would, like I think it would work. I mean, it's a different nut, but nuts have that, they're in the same family. You get that in that nutty flavor, and it gets boiled down with the molasses. So I don't see why it wouldn't work. Yeah, I think countries use certain ingredients based on their abundance. So I would think that whoever invented that recipe had to work with an abundance of walnut and pomegranate. Yeah, like I notice, like in Asia, a lot of almost very, very few recipes have potato just because it doesn't grow there. Hence, we have like taro and other comparable root vegetables. But I think a lot of cross-cultural cooking techniques can be applied. So, B. Sultan, if you do try it with almond, let us know how that turns out. And speaking of substitution of nuts, today we're making, as a dipping sauce for the spring rolls, you know what? I don't know why I'm doing this. I'm going to stick this into the bowl, and I do want to get this into... Thank you so much for the follow, AR Maestro 83, and welcome to Cook for Fun TV. Yeah, I think I might have seen you in her channel before. Thanks for following and tuning in again. Hi, Death Vader, how are you? Happy Sunday, and I think it's Mother's Day in US, so happy Mother's Day to your family. Yeah, we have a number of viewers from the UK here. They celebrated Mother's Day in March, so it's a belated Mother's Day to them, and a happy Sunday to them. Oh yeah, and I was mentioning the dipping sauces, so there's a peanut dipping sauce that goes with the spring rolls, and I'm allergic to peanuts, so I'm using this ingredient called, and while I'm here I'm grabbing a bunch of stuff, the bullet, okay. It's called Wow Butter, but this is just a branded product. What it really is soy, like soybean butter. It's called, it says toasted soy spread. So, and I asked my husband, he said that it actually does taste like peanut butter. So, yeah, you should give that a taste. And I believe other nut butters would work too. So, yeah, substitution, we encourage it in this show. Make the recipe work for you and where you're tuning in from, as the ingredients differ in different local markets. Okay. Oh, and we should get Mr. Cook for Fun too on the gadgets. Yeah, he actually did start a Twitch page called Code Chef, and he made a really nice profile page. I was different. I was like, it's all right. My profile page will be empty. I'll start to build it as I grow, because I needed to get out there first. But he wanted to have everything prepped, and then I don't know. He sort of then he decided he would stream woodworking, because he's doing a lot of home improvements in our new home. But he actually hasn't said, okay, today's the day I'm going to stream and set up the camera. And every time he wants to, you see I guess you can't see it today, the refrigerator door, when you see that open, or you might have heard earlier in the show, the coffee machine go off. That's him. He likes his coffee. And the machine's quite loud, so people ask, like, what's that noise? He always insists on being off camera. Like, I've seen in other streams people, walk into the line of camera sight. If that's a word. Because, you say like line of sight, right? But line of camera sight, so... And he's very, very adamant about, are you on? Are you streaming now? So he doesn't want to be on camera. So yeah, he's had a change of heart, but I don't know. See if we can change that. Oh, your chat is lagging. I know that my webcam is not in sync, so you're gonna see a delay, but it's very, very minor, the delay. Yeah. That happens too. I think that happens with a lot of streamers, that what we say actually appears a couple seconds or 1 second after we say it. I noticed that, and when I previously when I started streaming, I wasn't looking at the OBS software. I was looking at what you're looking at, and I would notice I did that action half a second ago. Good morning, and say hello. I did see you pop on yesterday asking about Saturday stream. So that was simply because we're doing quite a lot of cooking for a Mother's Day here in Canada, and decided to stream that. So that's why. But yeah, Sunday is more like the regular show. And where is Winston? I think he's being a sleepyhead. He's still upstairs. He's still in bed. You got your mom. Oh, I know that feeling when you get something and the person doesn't use it. It's hard to find gifts for people. Like when the person uses it, you know that it's a great gift. It's very, very hard. But one thing you might consider, if it's possible, or is asking if she's familiar with using it. So I gave my mom my old cell phone, and she uses it, but and she wants it, but she's not comfortable with all the features. Yeah, so and she's always asking for a tutorial or a lesson, and I try to help as much as possible. But she doesn't use it regularly enough for it to become second nature to her. Like she always has to look at her notes each time she uses it. So it could be just, a familiarity thing. Like if you were to get her something she always buys a lot of and she doesn't need anymore, she might use it. So it's hard, but I bet she really likes it and she needs the phone. But yeah, so you might just need to sort of, give Dumbo some wings. That sort of, to just help her along. But not sure what the reason is. Okay, night, how's it going? I'm also doing that too. I'm making 2 sauces. We're doing the nut-based sauce, and we're doing that. We're using lime, garlic, fish sauce, sugar, and some chili to make the other sauce. And that was a really, really tasty sauce. That fruity tooty, like citrusy, citrus base with the sugar to cut the acidity, with the garlic for the aroma, and then the fish sauce for that umami funk, that fragranty funk, and the chili just to give it that kick that is common in Asian food, Southeast Asian food. Is it healthier than peanut butter? I bet it's got lots of oil. I don't know. 12% fat. Yeah. I don't know if it's healthier. I think almond butter is healthier. It might be. I guess, but I guess the health content would depend on the nut, how healthy the nut is. So, I don't know. Hi, Rebecca Chan. How are you? Welcome to our show. It's the first time I've seen you in our community. So welcome, and happy Mother's Day if you're celebrating, or happy Sunday if you're elsewhere. And let us know what country you're tuning in from. I know that we're running out of space for flags. Like if I were to drag that banner to the right, you see another flag that's sort of hidden. So we are going to get the flags going down the vertical sides so that we can fit more. So we'll be more inclusive, and but it's great that we have grown in the background of viewerships. Oh, I got a message about croissants. Okay, I don't know. I can't see that question. I'm falling behind in the chat. Okay, sounds like me always. So if you want to make sure I get to their question, if you can kindly repost it, I will get to it. Sounds like me always. Something extra to set up or prepare. Should just jump in. Yeah. Lineup's camera site. In the frame. Awesome. In the frame. He doesn't want to walk in the frame. Yes, it's the same thing. Thank you. Wow, 2 streams in 1 week. Hi, thank you. When I started this show, it was in December, and when the winter holidays were here, we didn't have to go to work for like a full week and a half, and I did around 4 streams in a row. I had so much fun that, okay, I'm cooking this, I'm going to stream it. But, and I did do back-to-back streams more in January. I sort of tapered it to 1 when we moved here because there's just a lot of work. Like we're always doing gardening and weeding and everything. So I'll try to get back to that routine because I have a lot of fun doing it. Yeah, help me pass year 12. Well, I wish you all the best. Welcome to our show. For a straw on way home through, and I would like to get filled. Okay. We like to keep those links related to food and our discussion topics. So please feel free to, it's likely that you have your own social media links and platforms to share on. So I think that should be sufficient for your purpose. But thank you for stopping by, and have a happy Sunday. Peanut butter tastes horrible. Vegemite is the best. Hello, Moonraker. How are you? Welcome to our show. Happy Mother's Day if you're celebrating. And you're from Australia, Melbourne. Wonderful. I've heard good things about Australia. Haven't been there, but I heard that it's a nice place, and it's not as big, it's not as cosmopolitan as Sydney, but it's also very, very diverse and urban there. And I just heard that Australia is very, very beautiful. I think the Great Barrier Reef, which is a major diving site, is in Australia. Haven't been there, but I do like scuba diving. Haven't done it in a while, but it's one of those hot spots, and it's an island, so a lot of beautiful things are associated with islands. And I did see Kent 0456 on, so he's an island. He's from Costa Rica, a really lush place too. Okay, thank you for the heads up. It's Wagga about the virus link poster. Oh, okay, you're asking. I've never made, have I made croissants? I'm gonna cheat and let you know that I've got 3 tubes of I guess you can call them instant croissant. The pastry's already pre-made, and you just put it in the oven, and 15 minutes later it's done. So I've done that, but I haven't made it. But croissants are very, very good. Yeah, I'd be interested in trying though. If I can make it, my mother will be here all the time. She likes her buttery, flaky pastries. Have you made it yourself? I'd be interested to know how difficult or easy it is to make. Okay, and okay. Thanks for stopping by, Shining Bright. Well, enjoy your day. And that's really thoughtful of you. I missed a chat up there. Someone above Shining Bright's last message, I think, popped in to say hi. Okay, Melbourne has a lot of Vietnamese spring rolls, a strong Vietnamese population. Okay. There's a popular YouTuber of Vietnamese descent in Australia. Community Channel is the name of her YouTube. Very, very popular. Oh, okay. So I see some Chinese characters. Sneagle RL. The translation is, are you a foreigner? Am I a foreigner? And I can read that in Chinese. I can read that in Mandarin and Cantonese. Ni na guoran, or Lei Xing, I think it's Oi Got Yan, if my Chinese is right. Yeah. So, am I a foreigner? I am Canadian born Chinese. That answers your question. 我是加拿大人. Yeah, I was just saying I am a Canadian. The most beautiful part of Australia is Tasmania. I watched a movie called Lion. Very touching movie about an Indian boy when he was a child, like around 4 or 5. He got lost. Really, really sad. He got lost on the train. And he ended up in another part of India where they speak a different language. They speak Bengali versus Hindi. He got lost and he never reunited. He didn't reunite with his parents, but he was eventually found by, he eventually joined an orphanage, like someone helped him. And he got adopted and he moved to Tasmania. And then when he was 25, he remembered that his parents, he was lost. And he wanted to find his parents, and he did. And this is a true story. You can look it up, Lion movie. He did find his parents. This happened in real life. So it's a good movie. Tasmanian devils are nasty. Oh, I don't, I'm only familiar with the cartoon Tasmanian Devil. Okay. Yep, community channel, really funny. You're making jerk chicken for the win. Awesome. Say hello for your game night. Awesome. Beef stroganoff is also delicious too. Wow, well, let us know how it turns out. Yummy, yummy. And I know that in order to accommodate your guests, you're lowering the heat level because Scotch bonnets might be a bit on the high side, but it'll still be really, really tasty. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, Kent0456 is Italian, born Italian, but you ended up living in Costa Rica, and now you're in Singapore. Awesome. So you're getting a lot of cross-cultural experiences. Awesome. Okay. Yep. You joined YouTube SP Freely quite a while ago. The food is wonderful in Tasmania as well, especially cheese and beef. Yum. Oh, I'm getting more Chinese characters. Oh, what do I do for my occupation? I actually keep that a mystery. I think the work I do is regulated, so my name is published out there. I do need a license to practice what I do. I'll need to just make something and not ask them what they want. Surprise potluck. Okay. Okay. So while I was catching up on the chat, I was squeezing the lime to get a lot of the pulp, to get a lot of juices flowing out of the pulp, like to open up the vessels. Okay. So I'm going to just be a bit loud. If you have headphones off, here's your warning, just to puree this taro. I think we're good. Licensed cat whisperer, Minister of Canadian Space Affairs. That would be really, really rad. Sneagle RL. I actually can't read those characters, so I can't translate. But if someone in the chat would like to use Google Translate to just assist so that the community could be included, that's great. But you can keep typing in Chinese if you're familiar. If you're you're not familiar with typing in English, we have the tools to translate. We're really modern, so that'd be great if someone could help translate that. Yeah, to keep the community inclusive. Okay. So it's pretty much cut up really, really finely. It's not liquefied, but that's okay because it will cook. Yeah. Okay. So I'm actually starting by combining the non-meat ingredients first. Before I get my hands, I guess tainted with like raw meat juices. So that's what I'm doing first. Work on those ingredients. Okay. You'll find something great to make for the surprise potluck. Yeah, potlucks are fun. You can make what we're making today, but it's not. I recall you like finger foods too because of the way that your games nights are arranged. Yeah. So these spring rolls would be really good. Queen of the world. Too nice, Death Vader. I don't deserve all this flattery. Well, Death Vader and his wife are dog trainers. They have these super dogs that compete regularly in races, and they rank high. They rank so high that other dog owners complain that they belong to another category because they're taking away the medals from They're dogs. So, yeah, yeah. But thanks. People are very, very nice on this channel. I'm very blessed. I'm glad that I'm very, very happy. Yeah, because it could be very bad. Like, I have seen on other channels people being rude, and I'm glad that that we have a really good group here. Food critic, I would certainly trust your opinion. Thank you. I think I think being a food critic would be a fun job. Because of my peanut allergy, I think that would limit my ability to. And peanut is such it's a common ingredient in a lot of cuisines. And I think that I would be prevented from taking on such a job. I've always thought that all those food and travel shows. I always thought that the hosts have such a great job. Travel the world, eat, and talk about what they're eating. Time to make Nutella sandwich. That's one of Mr. Cook for Fun's favorite. Yeah, and I can't have Nutella either. I have an allergy to hazelnut as well. Not as severe as peanut, but I found out later in life that after you're eating an entire Ferrero Rocher, which is a chocolate made that is based on hazelnut, that I kind of get itchy, and my throat doesn't feel very good at all. Not a good sign. So I found out that I can't have hazelnut, but peanut, like, absolutely not. And a lot of 1%, it's estimated 1% Canadian are allergic to peanut. And I think peanut allergy is also known to, is in the UK and the US, but in Asia, no one's heard of it. It's when I ask restaurants if they're using peanut oil in their kitchen, they just and I mention this allergy, they sort of say, oh, we might use a little bit, but they don't really understand like allergy, like fatal. It's pretty bad. Because I think the people it's such a common ingredient that think that people have developed the allergens or antibodies against those allergens, and they don't have that allergy. So that's good. Yeah. Okay, Apla, no problem. Yeah, but it's I commend you for being able to type in Chinese, Sneagle. It's hard. Like, typing in Chinese isn't easy. My parents, like, it's not. You're using the QWERTY keyboard, and yeah, you have to know a completely different system. And the Chinese writing system isn't based on alphabet. There's like radicals all around the characters, and yeah, it's hard. My parents can't type in Chinese. Oh, yes, what is your job? Okay, so I got that one. Yep. My marital status, I'm married to Mr. Cook for Fun. Oh, you speak a lot of languages: English, Spanish, German, French, Japanese. Wow, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wow. And did you learn these for self-interest, or did you live in countries where you had to like develop some skills in these languages? That's great. Yeah, a lot of Latin languages and a couple of Asian languages. Okay, I was just cutting up some green onion. So the great thing about green onion in using in your spring rolls or dumplings is that it's not as wet as regular onion. So regular onion, if you cut it up and you let it sit there, water will get released. So anytime you're making something that involves a filling of some sort, a filling for a dumpling, a spring roll, or for bread pockets, you want something that isn't going to release a lot of liquid. So for vegetarian dumplings, often the vegetables are cooked before wrapping them or using them as filling, just to expel the liquid, because that really affects your ability to keep the filling bounded. like you kind of want your filling to be able to bind together like a meatball, so that when you bite into it, your meat, your filling is solid. You don't really want it loose and crumbly. It's not exactly dumplings and spring rolls and bread pockets. They're not exactly wraps or burritos where everything is loose and you're holding it together. Your internal filling should be bounded. So to keep it that way, we want the ingredients dry. So just try to keep them dry. I mean, sometimes we could add some cornstarch to sort of absorb some of that liquid that gets released. So yeah, and another trick too is to often add an egg into your filling or your meatball, your filling. That helps to bind it too. And same thing when you're making hamburger patties, you add your breadcrumbs, or your meatballs, you add breadcrumb. It absorbs some of the liquid. So yeah, just something to keep in mind when you're experimenting with different filling, because you don't necessarily have to follow the recipe. Put ingredients that you like in it. So Death Eater is a fan of sweet potato, and you know what? If taro isn't available where you are, try sweet potato, but just keep in mind it might expel a lot of liquid. So get that soaked up, or even cook it so that the water's out. Okay, I'm going to press a garlic. Okay. Moonraker, yep. You can keep guessing. I'm gonna keep it a mystery. Yeah. Make lasagna. Nick Man Trust. Yeah. Lasagna is really good, and that would be a good idea for another family gathering. I like casseroles for family gathering. You make your dish, you stick it in the oven, and it feeds a lot of people. Yeah, and it stores well. You can make it the day before, just like what I did with the cottage pie yesterday, and you reheat it before eating. I like lasagna with spinach and with ricotta cheese. Yeah. I just haven't found the right balance in terms of sauce to noodle ratio. I don't like too much meat. I like some meat, but like other vegetables going on. So yeah, I would just have to give it some thought. But a lasagna would be fun to do. It's not very hard either. Yeah, I love it with spinach. I like it too with the meat sauce. I wonder if a fusion would be good. One layer, the tomato sauce with the marinara sauce, so with some or bolognese sauce, if that's how you pronounce it, and another layer with the creamy spinach sauce. No Nutella for me. That's right. Do flyball races. Okay. Cool. So flyball races. I don't know what that is. I'll look into that. Doggo race. Yeah, it's cute. And those dogs run fast. Winston runs really quick, and I get so scared when he's off leash and there's no fence, because when I'm trying to, prevent him from getting onto the road, which is really, really scary, he thinks I'm playing with him and he tries to run from me. So I really, try, like I've only had him off leash by accident twice ever, so it's scary. So got to keep his collar on so I can prevent that from happening. Okay. Oh, okay. I'll check that out. The Boston Terrier doing flyball. Professional gambler, Las Vegas has banned her from their volcano tester. Wow, that's quite the variety. The gambling and the the dog training, and also the volcano testing. So she goes to places where there's volcanoes, which like she has to travel for her job. Oh, okay. Be careful. Thank you. Yeah. I get that comment, and thanks for your concern. Yeah. I have some techniques. So always make sure your fleshy fingertips aren't under the blade, and like I often like, so if your knuckles are sort of providing the barrier, then you'll feel it before your blade gets close to anything that is tender. Yeah, so, and the weight of it, it helps. It's heavy, so you know it's there. I find that with a light knife, you can sort of, you have more mobility with it, that you can more easily get into an accident and jab yourself. So I just develop a comfort and a familiarity with the way the cleaver feels and works. But that sounds really bad. You filleted your leg. Oh, ouch. Okay, I didn't read that part. Ooh, okay. I hope you're doing better. They sell those finger gloves to just like cover that up. Ouch. Wow. I hope you get well soon. Ouch. Well, making protein shakes. Yeah, that's the thing with watermelon. Like you do need somewhat of a big knife to cut that, and it rolls. Like it's always kind of scary when you're working with, in a regular like a surface that isn't straight or flat. Wow. Well, I hope you get well. Ouch. We're all wishing you a speedy recovery here. Yeah. From the high roller to the kitchen roller. Yeah, I'm not a high roller. Hey, iFlock3, how are you? We're well here. Happy Mother's Day if you're celebrating, or happy Sunday. And let us know what country you're tuning in from. We're an international community here. Okay, I'd like to show you these. These are wood ear mushrooms. Okay, there's a bit of water, so I'll let that out first. Okay. Water the zucchinis. Okay. So wood ear mushrooms, what are these? Okay, they look like, I was describing them to another viewer last week. They're like ears. They're like ears. And what do they taste like? So the texture is kind of like pig ears, but they're vegetarian, absent the cartilage. So there's no bone like or cartilage structure in here, but they're crunchy, like the parts where the ears join, they're crunchy, and the texture is a lot like kelp, like seaweed, like kelp from the water or the ocean or whatever, and these were dried, and I bought them dried, and I had to soak them in water to hydrate them or reconstitute them. And so I had that only takes like maybe half an hour or 45 minutes, but I had that in the fridge overnight just to sort of move the prep along for today's spring rolls. And so they have a crunchy texture, kind of like pig ears, but not as crunchy because there's no cartilage. These are vegetarian, but kind of similar. So it's a nice texture, like crunch, 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 when you're biting the spring rolls. So I'm going to grab a handful of these. They're quite good. I do like them. I just love that crunchy texture. So I bought these at the Asian supermarket. They're just called wood ear mushroom, or they might be called cloud ear mushroom because they look like cloud. Yeah, so that's what these are. I like them. Yeah, I quite like them. So, and every time I soak them in water, I never know how large they're gonna grow. So this container was filled, but I think I grabbed approximately like just a small handful, and they just like expanded. And I never know. I don't work with these enough to know how much is enough. So I grabbed extra, but that's okay. We can use that for other cooking. So we're going to dry these. So that's very important for your filling ingredients to have them dried. Okay. Yeah. And if they're not perfectly dried, that's okay. We will add some starch and an egg to make sure our filling, can form into can cook into a nice sort of meatball shape. Okay. I'm a little bit out of sequence. After I do these Whittier mushrooms, I'm going to heat up a sausage on the stove. So we're making spring rolls and summer rolls. The summer rolls don't have to be cooked, but the ingredients inside have to be cooked. So we're going to actually have raw pork and raw shrimp in the the spring roll filling, and those will get cooked up when we deep fry the spring roll. But as for the summer roll, which doesn't require cooking, we're going to have to cook the shrimp. And I decided to add some sausage to it just for some more personality. There are Vietnamese summer rolls that have sausages in them. Don't know the name of the sausage, but the sausages they taste like cured sausages, not as salty as what you might find in European sausages, but they're quite they're fattier, and they appear cured, and they resemble Filipino longaniza sausage, the sausage that the Vietnamese use, like the Filipino longaniza. And I often buy that too, but I'm going to cook a honey garlic sausage from the Western supermarket. I bought quite a lot of them. I really like them, and you can roll anything you want in the summer roll sausage. And in the summer roll sausage, your ingredients are not going to bind. They will be loose. That's just the nature of it. So it is messy to eat the summer rolls for sure. The spring rolls are not messy. Everything gets bounded together. So, okay, these are nice and dry. Going to chop them up. I mean, I could put them in the blender too. Okay, but we'll see. I'll see how I go with the chopping. I think it's all right. Yeah, I'll just use my cleaver and do that. Then after that, I'm going to start heating up the sausage and some oil in the deep fryer. And I want to share some tips with you too about deep frying. It's not a type of cooking I like to do often. It's not healthy, but not only that, I don't like the amount of oil that gets wasted. Stir frying involves maybe a couple tablespoons of oil. Deep frying, you need at least 2 cups of oil usually just to get your food sufficiently immersed in the hot frying oil. So I actually save the oil, okay? And I read about this. You can do this, and I have talked to another streamer about this too. That's right, the oil can be recycled. So I just want to bring this up because I don't want people to feel like, wow, it's cooking is it's gonna cost a lot of ingredients or whatever resources to make French fries or to make spring rolls, to make whatever fried item you want to make. And so I let the oil cool down. I get my mason jar. I get a funnel. I line the funnel with a coffee filter, or you can use a cheesecloth or something that will just sort of help to filter the oil. And I just use a ladle and I scoop some oil into the funnel, and I let the filter do its work. It's just good to filter it so that some of the food crumbs that might be left behind in your cooking oil doesn't pass through. You throw that out because those are perishable. So that's what I do. I won't be able to show it on the show because it will take some time for the oil to cool down after we're done. But just wanted to share that because that's sort of why that sort of prevented me from doing much deep frying. Then I looked it up. I wondered if I could reuse deep frying oil. You know, like I know a restaurant won't change their oil like 4 days or whatever, but they're always cooking, like customers after customers. And you know, if you're cooking at home, you're usually not deep frying every single day, probably not. So yeah, so that's all, because I think I even use 4 cups of oil too for one recipe. That's a lot, 4 cups of oil. So yeah, you can reuse it. So I always try to be really practical in this kitchen. Hi, DJ Fart Butt. How are you? Welcome back to our stream. How much did you miss? We cut up taro to make, and we soaked them. We're going to be frying taro fries later. So taro is a root vegetable. It's kind of like a potato, but if you're familiar with a Hispanic root vegetable called cassava or yuca, the taro is pretty much that, but it's just fatter. And it's white inside. And it's got these purple strands in it, and it's got a furry skin. It's got furry skin. I'm just going into the garbage. The skin looks like that. It's a root vegetable with skin like that, and then you can see sort of the inside. It's white with some little speckles. They look like dust particles. Yeah, it's got speckles on them, and it's slightly. It doesn't taste like a potato. It might have the texture of potato. It's slightly sweet, but not as sweet as sweet potato, and it's not as filled with water compared to potato. It's just slightly drier than a potato. Hello, Luco Rivers. How are you doing? I know yesterday's stream was long and people were eating during the stream. And so I think I recall you mentioning you wanted some shredded cheese when I was decorating the cottage pie. Oh, what? Yes, do I compost? So in the city I live in Markham, which is a suburb of Toronto. Okay, so I'm about one hour from downtown Toronto, and I can actually see the northern part of Toronto across the street. I can actually see it outside my window. So I'm right at the border. We have a pretty good recycling and waste disposal program where every Thursday the city will collect our compost, our recycled or materials for recycling, and every other Thursday the city will collect garbage. So we put it in our compost bin for city collection. Yeah, we do have a garden, so sometimes I put eggshells. I put eggshells in our garden bed. My mom is more extreme. She puts more food, more vegetable peels she digs it right into the garden rather than place it out for compost collection. And she said that it's actually been effective. Some of her plants, compared to neighbors growing the same plants, have actually grown faster. So yeah, we don't throw in the garbage. Yeah. And my brother, he takes clean vegetable ends, he freezes them, and he makes a vegetable stock out of them. He puts it in a cheesecloth, and he ties it up and makes a vegetable stock out of that. So that's another idea too. You can actually use it to make a broth. Cassava is thick. I heard about cassava. So I was told that, I think you mentioned that the taro is like looks like cassava. So I'm interested in seeing cassava, and I'm sure it's very similar because a lot of these root vegetables, they are similar. But I think the taro is just a bit like fatter. Toronto's expensive to live in. That she must be. I'm no high roller. I'm not in Toronto. I'm outside Toronto. We won versus Canada. What's we? So what game is this you're referring to? And welcome to our channel, Level Take. It's the first time I've seen you. And let us know what country you're tuning in from. Happy Mother's Day if you are celebrating, or Happy Sunday if you're, if you already celebrated Mother's Day. Okay, you totally want to shred some cheese, Luco Rivers, white cheddars. Yum. Okay. So those are the vegetables, and I'm gonna just switch over to the oven view to. Okay, I should have had the sausage cooking earlier, but that's all right. I think it'll be done because I am going to add water to the sausage. It's not usually used. Sausage is not usually used in summer roll, but I kind of want more meat in my summer roll. We do have shrimp going in there, but I think some pork will be really nice. I'm just opening up my cell phone so that I can see the chat from there. Yeah. Okay, chat. All right. And okay, it always takes a while to load. Okay, and what did I miss? Do I have a photo of my vegetable garden? No, I don't yet, but you know what? Let me take one at some point this afternoon and post it on my Twitter. Twitter.com/cookforfuntv is the handle. Thanks so much for the follow, Oil Boom. So yes, we're gonna be playing with oil right now. Yes, taro fries. Toronto and Melbourne are both too expensive, risking sounding like I'm not familiar with Daimir dough cake, but yeah, Toronto is expensive. But there are more expensive cities like San Francisco, Japan, like Tokyo is really expensive. Yeah, it's also we're hit by really high personal income tax here in Canada. We pay a lot of taxes. I guess that's why healthcare is accessible, and so is college, university. Okay, so you're from Switzerland. Well, welcome. I made a Swiss nut tart back in February called Inga Diener Nusstart. Yes, I don't know. I apologize if I'm not pronouncing it correctly, but that was delicious. Thanks for the follow. That will take. The filling was caramel with ground walnut, and then the crust was a basic like pie crust, but it had a citrus zest in it, so it had a really really nice kick to it. The crust, it had this just this like citrus kick to it. It was great, awesome. World Championship of Hockey in Paris. Okay, hockey is a major Canadian sport. Okay. Nice. Yes, Inga Diener Nut. It was so good. Mr. Cook for Fun walked over. He looked at me and I was eating. I was sampling in front of, on camera. And I passed it over to him because he wanted to eat. Dog tourism. There's no dog park nearby, which is sad. In my near my husband's old condo, there was a dog park. It was great. Winston went there every day. He would spend an hour. He played, or at least picked fights with other dogs. He could be pretty. He has a Napoleon complex because he's a small dog. He wants to be big. Oh, milk, it does the body good. Okay, so let's start cooking our sausage. I should have had that on the grill earlier. This is our famous milk bag. I use it for storage, and I use it for defrosting purposes, just to, yeah. I'm gonna put that on. Come on, fall out. And a little bit closer to when we start to make the spring roll, I will be adding some shrimp into there. Yeah, I don't know if you can see very much. Yeah, you can see that. So not doing anything special. I bought the sausage. I didn't make it, so just I'm gonna put it on medium so it doesn't scare me when I'm ignoring it and it suddenly starts to pop. Gonna get some recycled vegetable oil or canola oil. Yeah, we're actually using canola oil. Okay. Going to plug in the deep fryer, or maybe, you know what, I'll plug it in. I like to, just for safety, I like to plug my appliances in before I use them. Yeah, especially with the magic bullet. Okay, I'm just reading the chat. I might be a bit delayed. I think the Streamlab that I use over by the counter, it shows the comments up faster. Capitalist, ambitious dog who wants to move up the ladder of dog success and crush all others. Yeah. He didn't grow up socializing. When he was young, a bigger dog picked him up behind the neck and flung him, and it sort of scared Mr. Cook for Fun. I didn't know Mr. Cook for Fun at that time. And so since that experience, he didn't go to any more dog parks. But then I really wanted, when I would walk Winston, we would walk by the dog park, and I would feel the need to bring him in, feel the need to just socialize him and get him in there playing with other dogs. It's good for him, the stimulation. Yeah, and so I did. I gradually brought him into the dog park, and yes, every drop counts. Waste not, one not. Okay. And yeah, I brought him to the dog park. I had him on a leash, and I watched him carefully, had him sniff and make friends with other dogs, and then he was good to go. And then, but when he stops going to the dog park, and then we introduce him again, yeah, he could develop that attitude. So we do have to watch him, but he's a very good dog, very sweet. He had a bad dog. Yes, he did. He just had a bad traumatic experience, and that sort of affected his future attendance at the park. So I'm going to we have a little knob here, so I'm just going to put that at 350. So we don't double fry this spring roll. You know what? It's actually pretty early to do this, but okay, it'll just be hot, but we won't be frying until our spring rolls are actually wrapped. So, okay, I just wanted to at least get everything set up. You know what? I can put this basket here because we're going to be using that to sort of strain the oil. Ooh, okay, sticking. Okay. I don't want to worry about this sausage, so I'm going to go ahead and add some water to it, and just a little bit of water. And once it reduces, it can fry. So sort of how we do. And the purpose of adding the water is to cook the sausage inside out. Frying it would take a long time. What we're doing is a bit of steam heating, and that will ensure the inside gets thoroughly cooked as well. Okay, good. What is best in life, Winston? To crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and to chase the most cars? That's you have that in quotes. Where did that come from? Okay. Oh, and I think I want to add more oil too. That wasn't a lot. And I hate to be using a lot of oil because it just seems so bad to have your food swimming in oil. But it's okay. We're having a family gathering tonight, so it's okay to. We call this our cheat day, right? I've been looking into recipes that involve steaming. Just trying to incorporate that more into my lifestyle. To steam foods. Okay, I guess I'll use a cup measure for good measure. A cup measure for good measure. I've got a half cup here. So a couple of days ago, I made a braised soy sauce chicken. It was really easy. A half cup of a combination of regular and dark soy sauce, and a couple tablespoons of sugar, and some garlic, some ginger, not much, for added flavor, and just braised whole chicken legs for about 20 minutes. It was very flavorful, very moist, and I felt like I was being healthy because I wasn't frying, or I was like stir frying or deep frying or baking. Baking's all right, but just got to be careful about burning, getting like the darkened parts of your baked foods, because the charred bits aren't very healthy. Okay, what did I miss? I hate frying sausages for that reason. Adding water is really a clever idea. The package that I bought, the package actually says to do that. You add your water, and I think I read that on some Martha Stewart recipe too. You add a bit of water, not much, maybe a half centimeter of water, or just under a centimeter of water, and let it cook through, and then open the lid, let it reduce, and then you can cut it up, and or you can fry it, and you can fry it to finish off the skin to get it crispy or golden. Burnt food is I can't read that word. I can't say it. Carcinogen is a carcinogen. You should never eat. That's right. Yeah. Martha Stewart is an ex-con. Interesting. Well, I don't follow anyone. I just sort of Google recipes, and whoever comes up, I sort of take a look. Yeah, my husband though, he always likes to follow recipes by Jamie Oliver or Gordon Ramsay. He says, when you look up the recipe, look for the one by either of these two people. I look at the number of reviews. A lot of recipes have rating. Okay, I do see some steam, so I'll just turn that to a minimum. Okay, great. All right. Okay, so those will cook, and we'll return to the front to actually do our spring rolls. Okay, so here is where we get our raw ingredients out. Okay, so I'm going to give our cutting board a quick rinse, so that we're going to be using this to wrap some rolls. We actually did stream Vietnamese spring rolls back in January, the end of January, for Lunar New Year's, which is an Asian holiday. It's the New Year of the Moon, so it's the New Year according to the moon calendar. That is widely celebrated in Asia, and we featured spring rolls then because we're doing a family gathering, and the spring rolls are quite a favorite. We're doing them. We're doing them. Before I add the raw ingredients, I am going to just sort of soak some noodles in hot water so that they're ready to go when we're about to roll up the spring rolls. Yes, my husband has an affinity to the UK. Let me show you. My parents-in-law bought us each one of these. Yeah, this is the British flag, and My husband is half British. His dad was born in New Branspeth, England, small town. A lot of people have never heard of it. It's in the northern part of England, and immigrated to Canada with his family really young, and went to high school in Canada. But my husband has always wanted to know more about the UK, and sort of considered getting a British passport, just to, because he had that ability to, because his dad was born there. So it comes up, like, he's never been there to England, and he wants to one day. And so England is in his heart because his dad is from there, and so that could be why. I tell him to go learn. I tell him to go visit. I tell him to learn how to speak with a British accent, so he can, when he tells people that he's part British, he could. But so he has an affinity towards England, very much so. Oh. She's got the prison recipes down pat. Lance Armstrong is interested if Martha Stewart has any food supplements available. Union Jack mug. Okay. I'll check out the image of that. Without checking Google, what is the second country where people speak English the most? I'm actually going to say, so I heard that India is a country outside of is a country where a large percent of the people can speak English, but I don't know if that's the correct answer. Oh, you're inviting me over for dinner. Thank you, B. Sultan. What are you making for dinner? Oh, your family comes from North UK, Moonraker. Okay. Have you heard of New Branspeth? Yeah. But I think his dad, Cook for Fun's granddad, is from Cambridge. So I think they moved to North UK for the mines. Hi, Platifire. Thank you very much. Happy Mother's Day to you too. And same to you, Crusader 25. Yeah, where are you tuning in from? Some people in this chat room are celebrating Mother's Day and some aren't. Those from the UK, they actually celebrated in March. So belated Mother's Day to them, and happy Sunday. And people in North America, I think even Singapore and Netherlands are celebrating Mother's Day. So it's interesting. We have, there's common threads among cultures, but we might do things a bit differently, celebrate on different days. So yeah, and I was just mentioning we featured spring rolls during the Lunar New Year stream that we had. So in Asia, Lunar New Year's, the moon calendar is, the New Year's for that is a major, major holiday. Time to get together. Oh, India, I'm correct. Yay! What do I win? Can you make a cake entirely out of beetle dung? I don't know. And thanks for following. Welcome to our show, Trainwreck. Correct? I'll let you answer that. I'm not sure how to answer that. If you could spell it, I might have heard of it. Oh, New Branspath. Okay, so new and Brants. So it rhymes with dance. B-R-A-N-C-E, Brants, a peth. Like the word path with an E, or peth to rhyme with a Beth, Macbeth, Lady Macbeth. So New Brants, B-R-A-N-C-E, P-E-T-H. I wouldn't imagine it being a very big municipality. Okay. Oh, you're making Yorkshire. Okay, you make Yorkshire puddings. Awesome. You win money. Only I can send it to you. That's all right. I don't ask for money. Oh, that is a tiny place. Yes, it is quite tiny. Yeah. Okay. So I did pre-soak some noodles for the rolls. The one with a green rubber band, it's confusing too. These aren't mung bean These are mung bean noodles. They're glassy. Mung bean. Mung bean, I think it's the bean that is associated with bean sprouts, and I think it's turned into a powder, like it's dried, turned to powder, and made into this noodle. That's what I believe. So we've got these here. These mung bean noodles go in the spring rolls. I think it's not fatal if you don't have them. I don't think I really taste them in the spring roll, but they're always in the spring roll. So I have them, so I'm using them. So I'm gonna put these in here, and I'm going to put boiling water. You know what? I'll be right back. I boiled water, but I'm just gonna push the button to make sure it's extra hot. Okay, I'm back. Okay, so these are mung bean noodles, okay. I kind of think it also is a filler, similar to adding breadcrumb to meatballs. It's just noodle. It's carb. And here we have rice noodle. The rice noodle goes in the summer roll. I'm not sure why the difference. And I also read that you can skip the summer roll. Another name for summer roll is AKA salad roll, because you're rolling up veggies and some shrimp. So you could skip the rice noodle, but we have it, so gonna use it. Yeah. So we just have our water that are boiling. It's boiled, but just it was boiled before the show, so just making it hot because we're not putting it on the stovetop. We're just gonna let them cook in. We're gonna pour boiling water in them and let them cook in what they call the rendering heat, or the leftover heat. I don't know. I have to figure out how to use that word properly. The rendered heat or whatever. Oh, my phone looks low on battery, so let me just grab the plug so when I do go back to the 1 second. Where'd it go? The plug. Yeah. Oh, there is a plug. It's right here by the tripod. Okay. Right here. Yeah, just so that when we're back here and doing some cooking, I could continue to read your chat since my back is to this screen. Okay, so, yeah, okay. You don't really need to look at these noodles, but, so they're just sort of off to the side, and I hear that the water is boiled, so I'll get that momentarily. I'm gonna grab the pork, shrimp, and crab. That's gonna go in both of these spring rolls. Okay, New Branspeth near Durham. I haven't heard of it. I stem from Yorkshire and Leeds. Population, yeah, wow, of 200. Population, that is really small. Wow. Wow. I wonder if there's still a community over there of, there's 200 people now. Wow. I wonder if he has any relatives there. Yeah. We did find one of his aunts in Cambridge. So he's always wanted to know more about his family roots in the UK. And online we found that his grandfather that immigrated to Canada was the mayor of the town. So they moved to a town called Elliott Lake in Ontario, which is also small, but not as small as New Branspeth. It's got a population of 1,200. It's got 2 high schools. It's quite small. And his granddad, when he immigrated over to Elliott Lake, became the mayor. And so we sort of did some searching, and he has an aunt in Cambridge who was looking to immigrate to Canada and was on the forums was mentioning that, my uncle was the mayor. And so we made that connection, and we did connect to his aunt in Cambridge, and we did a couple of Skype chats. So one day he will make that trip to Cambridge to sort of meet more family. Yeah, so the water stopped boiling, so I'm gonna put them into the pans. Yeah. Then we will grab my head is blocked. Then we'll grab the meat in the fridge. We'll add them to the filling, and then we will start wrapping shortly. Yeah. Okay, good. Okay. Cover them up. Oh, what dropped? That was a line. That was a line that dropped. Okay, good. And what else? I do want to check on the sausage. There's always a lot going on. Okay, so check on the sausage and I'll grab the meats and bring them over. Okay. It's not cooked yet, so I'll have that the heat still on for that. Okay. So I have 3 types of meat here. I've got shrimp. I normally demonstrate this trick my mom taught me to quickly devein raw shrimp by using a toothpick to puncture just below the digestive tract and just pull out and watch the nasty digestive tract, or the poo, that's what I call it, like string out. But these shrimps that I bought were already peeled, beheaded, and deveined, so it's good. It's kind of nasty, yeah. And you might have seen it in my past stream. But it really gets the job done. Okay, so we've got the shrimp. Okay, we're gonna use half of it only. Half of it will be for the summer roll and half of it will be the spring roll. I have here crab legs. This is not essential and it's not really accessible. I bought this to make Vietnamese noodles. So these are, I guess the label doesn't really help you here. It says crab claw meat cooked. So it's not actually crab claws, crab legs. The meat is actually quite tiny. So these are like crab legs that have been deshelled. And so if you don't have this, it's okay, but I happen to have crab. It works well. And some pork, yeah. So you're talking about different towns in North UK that have very, very tiny populations. Yeah, yeah, very interesting. Yeah. Terracotta, a petrol station and a truck stop. Yep. So, life must be hard in those places. They would probably have to go far for other basic needs, and they're probably living out there because either they work there for the industry, or they can't afford to live in the city. So life would probably be hard. Yeah. Yeah, it's nasty and it's cool. I agree. Toothpick hurts. Also watch out. Okay, I hope you didn't hurt yourself again. But that sounds really painful, your fingers. I hope you get well soon. That's right. I don't like it when I order, sorry, I'm going to lower the heat. Okay. When I'm eating fried rice or pasta with shrimp in it, and you can see that black vein. See, like, gross. Non-fake crab. Yes, this is non-fake crab. I do have fake crab in the fridge. Fake crab is typically made of pollock fish and is used often in salads, crab salad with a lot of mayo and I don't know what else. That's a really good salad though. Oh, crab with a K. What is that? It is the real thing. You can actually see close up. Those are, you can see the little legs, the meat from the legs. Okay, bad experience with toothpicks. Okay. Yeah, well, wish you better luck. Yeah. Cooking. Yeah, there's a lot of dangers around too. Paper cuts too. That's dangerous. And my husband got a cut from something. I think he was just pushing some door and he got a cut somehow. Okay, so fake crab is crab with a K. Okay, so the recipe I posted calls for like 6 ounces of pork, 2 ounces of shrimp, and 1 ounce of crab. I'm not gonna follow that exactly. I'll just sort of, because I think crab is quite yummy. I think pork, pork is there, it's the cheaper meat, but I think I'll just sort of play it by ear and just sort of do like a good balance between crab, shrimp, and pork. I quite like crab. It's quite tasty. So I think I'm going to start with approximately like half to a 3/4 cup of pork. And you can see that it's nice and fatty. So it's gonna be moist. And I'll go easy with the crab. I'm not convinced that this is going to be really, really tasty. It's just, I don't know. The meat is very, very like dry looking to me, and really, like the really, really good meat is in the body of the crab, not the appendages. So I'm not convinced like that's going to be really, really flavorful. But the shrimp is really, really good. So I'll do that. I'll open this up. Okay. After I open it up too, I'm going to stick it back in the freezer because I don't like to keep perishables out. Yeah, that's sort of my thing. Just use this bread bag. Yeah. And when you defrost meats, you can put them back in the freezer. Just that, don't have it sitting out forever, but it's okay to do that. I think the quality of your meat does go down every time you refreeze something, but I think it's all right. I don't mind. Yeah. So I'm just gonna squeeze like whatever this like amount here. That's approximately, I think that's just shy of like just slightly above half a cup. Yeah. And we're also putting noodle in too, so the filling will become quite, the volume will increase. But yeah. I feel like I could add more, but let's play it by ear. Because, yeah, okay, so, okay, whatever. So I added about that much, because I'm still gonna add like shrimp and crab to it, so it's gonna be meaty, and an egg to bind it, and some noodle. Yes, so all these ingredients are going into the spring roll, and only the shrimp is going into the summer roll. Shrimp and the sausage that's cooking in the background, those are going into the summer roll. Okay, all right. So I'll tie this up, and I will, what is the bag for this one? Okay, I'll just put some crab in here, and I do kind of, I'm not gonna really buy this again. I don't really think it's that good. Like, it tastes like crab, but it's not, I don't know. I guess thawed out crab just isn't quite the same as fresh crab. And crab, I'm just so about crab. Crab doesn't have a lot of meat in it. You take forever breaking apart the shells, and you don't get much, you're not rewarded with much meat. So I guess unless you eat Alaska crab or something that's kind of big and pricey. Okay, so just sort of poured some crab in there. But crab flavor is good, I must admit. If you save your crustacean shells, like your shrimp shells and your lobster shell, and you can make a really nice broth with them, seafood broth. And yeah, see, the shell from seafood is quite tasty. Just grab a rubber band. Yeah. Okay, and I'll put these in the freezer, and the shrimp's gonna stay out because I'm using it all. Half of it for summer roll, half of it for spring roll. Okay, guess the sausage is, I hope it's cooked, it's been a while. Yeah, I'll just sort of, I don't know if you can see, I'm just gonna puncture it, see what happens. Okay, so we don't have any pink going on in there. Yeah, okay, so I'll just, I'll turn up the heat to medium and I'll let it pan fry so that we get some browning going on. Okay, all right, so let's work on the shrimp. Okay, my cleaver, give it a rinse. Okay, wipe with a paper towel and throw this paper towel out. Okay, so I think I'll use, so we're pretty good for the filling. I think I'm going to use about this much here for the spring roll and this much for the summer roll. Okay, so the summer roll one, I'll put that aside. Okay. Are those large shrimp? They're actually not that large. Like, let's see. See the size of my hand? Yeah. So if you're making something like spring roll where your shrimp will be used as a filling rather than as a main where, you know, you're eating it off the plate like that, go for smaller shrimp. They're cheaper because you're just going to end up chopping them up anyways. And if you're going to chop it up anyways, you don't need to maintain the integrity of a large meaty shrimp. It's yeah, it's kind of like a waste to use really nice expensive shrimp for filling. Save your expensive shrimp for the barbecue or something where you're gonna, or on a skewer or whatever, something where you're gonna keep it intact, where you're gonna maintain all the juiciness of the large shrimp. Because when you're dealing with filling, the shrimp isn't gonna stay juicy. It's just, this is all gonna get like grounded up. Yeah, so don't waste your money like that. So for filling, use your cheaper shrimp. I'm just gonna check on. Okay, I'm gonna rinse my hands a bit, and I see some browning going on. So yeah, just gonna check on that quickly. Okay. Okay, so it's browning really nicely, and Mr. Cook for Fun is asking for some sort of a cutting utensil, like a knife or this one. Okay, great. Then you always, for safety, you always hold the blade, and when you pass it, you give them the handle, so you don't cut the person. Okay. we learned that in grade school with scissors. When you pass scissors to someone, you don't go like that. You go like this. You go like that. Okay, great. So the sausage is getting cooked, and the fan's on just because the sausage is frying. Okay, so we're just gonna cut it. Yeah. Yes, I quite like the cleaver. It's very signature to the show, and I grew up using it. I don't have to change knives when I'm cutting different things. I can often get away with using this one knife for most foods I want to cut, so that's a good thing. Ah, the fan is on. Yes, the fan is on because of the sausage. Yeah, is it really, really loud? Yeah. You learned it too and it's stuck. Yes, the passing scissors thing. And I just did that for a bit of comic relief because I find it funny when Mr. Cook for Fun signals me to get stuff from the kitchen because he doesn't want to walk into the, oh, what was that word that M Say Hello said? He doesn't want to walk into the frame, into the frame of the stream. The line of camera sight is what I used to say, into the frame. So yeah, so we're just chopping it. Some people would like do this, chop it, but I don't really want to. Like, I don't, it's very loud, it's very obnoxious. I don't want to do that. And so this is actually half frozen, and I love cutting half frozen foods because it's easier to slice meat when it's half frozen. You can, it doesn't jiggle on you when you're trying to cut. It's actually safer. It doesn't slip. Like it's just more sturdy when it's half frozen. So I love cutting half frozen meat. And my mom, she uses her food processor to ground her own pork and beef, and she likes it too when it's half frozen because it just goes through the food processor more cleanly. Like you don't get as many of the little like meat bits caught into the crevices of your food processor. So yeah, when you're defrosting and you know you're gonna slice something finely, that's a tip. So a lot of foods, like shrimp is really small, but like that pork I had, approximately 1 pound of pork I had, normally would take around 2 days to defrost in the refrigerator. So if you, so if that were not ground meat, that were like say just a piece of pork tenderloin, and you had it defrosting for 1 day, you can just sort of feel it to see if that's and you want to slice it. You can just sort of feel it to see if you know you like that. You think it's good for cutting, then you don't need to defrost it for a day. And thank you so much for the follow, Sonic91915. Yeah, welcome to Cook for Fun TV, and let us know what country you're tuning in from. And we are getting close to wrapping the dumplings, so hang tight. And these are the spring rolls. Okay, great. So this is a pretty nice mince. Yep. Just hand minced it. I could have used the bullet, but yeah, sometimes it's just easier to do it by hand. Okay. And we have to season, very important. We have to season. Okay, let's see. This will go in the sink. We're gonna wash it a little later. Okay. And I gotta wash my salmonella hands. So we're going to season it. We're going to add fish sauce. If you don't have fish sauce, soy sauce is a pretty good substitute. The difference is that fish sauce, well, it's got a fishier flavor. It's got that umami fragrance. So your Worcestershire sauce has anchovy in it. So does fish sauce. Your Caesar salad has anchovy in it, just a bit. So that's what that fish sauce flavor is. But otherwise, if you take out that fishy flavor, it tastes very similar to soy sauce. So you could do that if you don't have fish sauce. We're going to add fish sauce, white pepper, but you can use a black pepper. White pepper is a bit more strong. It almost has like a gingery taste to it. It's just, it's very finely grounded, and it's got more of a peppery kick to it. Okay, doing it by hands add the love. Yes, it does. It does. And I love what I'm doing. And I love you guys. Yeah, yeah. Okay. So, got my fish sauce, white pepper. Okay. White pepper. These would be the basic ingredients to add. I'm going to sort of boost this up. I'm going to add a bit of garlic powder, okay, and a bit of onion powder too. Yeah, like why not? And I didn't bring my teaspoon out, so I'll just use the spoon I brought out. Okay, so and we forgot the noodle too. The mung bean noodle. So let me just get that strained. Okay, so a couple more steps, sorry, before we get to here. We're going to strain that, and we're just going to dry it up a bit between a couple of paper towels. Okay. Yeah, it's not, I might even be able to omit this, but yeah, I have it. I don't think it's a deal breaker to have noodles in your spring roll or not. Okay. It's sort of like a filler. Thank you, Death Vader. Raindrop inspector. Yes. We get acid rain because of pollution. I was. This wasn't in Canada. I was in Hong Kong. I was with a friend from university who was visiting me, and I was in Hong Kong, and it was, so this is what it was spitting. It was just drizzling, okay? It wasn't raining heavily, and I really don't care. Like, rain doesn't bother me. Yeah, it rains a lot in tropical countries, and it was raining, and it was only drizzling, so no big deal. And my friend had the umbrella, and like, I didn't have one. I think she asked me about it, and I said that yeah, it's like I don't need one. I'm all right. And she said the rain's not clean. That's the purpose of the umbrella for her, not to prevent from getting wet, but because she felt that the rain's not clean. So yeah, I thought that was interesting. And she's right. She is right. The rain is not clean. But yeah. And in Asia, umbrellas are often used for UV protection. There are UV umbrellas made of a UV protective fabric, and people like to use it, and that's good for you because the sun is intense, and skin cancer and all that stuff. Okay, so I'll take this out. I don't need to rinse it because the noodle's going into the same mixture as all that raw stuff, so that's all right. It's all gonna get cooked together. Okay. So just going to chop it quickly. Then we'll be ready to wrap shortly. Season and then a wrap. Then we can fry. Then we can work on the summer rolls. So we're moving along. Would I like to guess your profession? How about? I don't want to make assumptions based on what I learned about you through chat. I don't want to make assumptions. And that's how I would guess, right? I would guess based on where you're located, what I've learned about you based on what you've mentioned in chat. Yeah, so I don't know. I kind of, And it's hard. That's a really trick question too. I don't want to offend you by guessing something that's way off or something that you're totally not into. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a trick question, huh? um, I have a funny story. I don't know if you'll find it funny. I was taking a flight from Bangkok to Hong Kong, and beside me there was a passenger, and that passenger started talking to me. I was just gonna wash my hands because I had definitely touched like raw like shrimp. Okay. And I'll finish my story. And the person, whatever, started talking, and then, yeah, the question came up, like, what do you do? But I kind of felt like that person wanted me to ask him what he did because he wanted to really tell me what he does, okay? like it's not like, yeah, like, I don't think he was trying to start a conversation to pass time, just to like, I don't know, to have a mutual conversation. I think he wanted to talk about himself because he is a singer. He's a retired singer, and he used to be really famous. And I think he wanted to share that. And he was telling me about how on the entry card, upon like when he travels, he wonders what to write on it, and he has tried in the past writing rock star on it, and I just thought, like, that's the weirdest thing. Well, weird isn't the description. There's another description for that, but yeah. Like, I didn't really want to start the conversation, but I think he just really wanted to tell me that he was a former like star. And then he was like telling me, oh, the flight attendant recognized me and wanted to take a picture, so like now that, you know, the safety signal is off, like I'm gonna go up and go find her so she can take her celebrity picture. Like, I was just yeah, so that's what, yeah, anyways. Yeah, so you guys can guess. Take the burden off me. So I'm getting our handy spatula and large spoon. I love spatulas. I love that you can scrape, you know, the edge of your pan quite easily with it. Okay, so let's do our seasoning. Oh, I don't have an egg. I'll see if we need it. It's not really for flavor. It's just more for binding the filling. Okay, I think I can turn off that fan if it's loud for you guys. Okay. Yeah, okay. Okay, so it's pretty strong white pepper. So I'm gonna do about this much. This is actually quite a lot. It's actually close to a teaspoon. If not, it's not quite a teaspoon, but it's grounded really finely. And when your ingredients are finely grounded, and I've mentioned this before on the screen, the surface area is enhanced. So just imagine like a cube. You cut it in half, a cube, right? A cube has, I don't know, 8 sides to it. Am I right? Or 6 sides? 6 sides. You cut it in half. Then you've already exposed 2 extra surface areas. You cut those in half. You have exposed like 4 more surface areas. And so by cutting it more, when your objects are smaller, you've increased surface area. So white pepper is quite strong. It's just really finely grounded. Penguin or porcupine rest? Aww. Death adder. Ah, interesting. Death. So you're able to guess by the name. I don't know. Okay. And some, about 2 tablespoons of this. This is not a tablespoon, but so I'll do 3 of these. Okay, that's quite, okay, let me, yeah, I wonder if I do a little bit more, because, okay, good, okay. If I'm worried about whether it's been seasoned properly, I could always just roll a little meatball and fry it up before I actually wrap, you know, all of the spring rolls. Before I seal the deal, right? I can do that. I think I made a pretty good guess, so I might do that though, just to demonstrate. I'm gonna add some garlic powder, just because it's always nice to have some garlic flavoring in there. There is real garlic in there, but I like the flavor of it, and some onion powder. I love onion. Okay, but I didn't put onion in because it's too wet. All right. Give that a stir with our spoon and then our spatula. Okay. And I'll see if we need the egg to bind it. Probably do. Super villain, yeah. So you can't see that. I don't have the webcam on top of the counter. It's back there instead. I'll probably use an egg for good measure. Why not? An egg and some cornstarch. Okay, I'll just do that in just so I can mix everything and we'll be moving along at a good pace. 1 egg and some cornstarch. Okay. Oh, I wonder. Sugar. I forgot sugar. Yes. Okay. Good thing I didn't. And I forgot carrot too. Okay. Okay. Gotta stick with the program. But I might skip the carrot. Yeah, I might skip the carrot. Some cornstarch. This is just for binding. The egg and the cornstarch are binding. And I do have, okay, I'll do this quickly. I'll use my peeler. I'll just do it quickly. Give it a little rinse. It doesn't require a lot. It's just, I think it just adds beautiful color to it. And I mentioned yesterday that I don't necessarily peel my carrots. The outer layer isn't skin at all. It's just weathered vegetable. It's the same as the inside, except that it's been weathered. And all of the nutrients are hidden, or they're right under the epidermal layer of your vegetable. So they're healthy. It's actually healthy to eat the skin on your apple, like to not peel your apple, your pears. And same with potatoes too. Eating the skin is healthy. Just if it's dirty, you know, cut that section off or clean it. Yeah. Yeah. So that's all I'm gonna put. I just did half a carrot. The recipe just says some carrot. It's not significant. Sweet potato, I believe so, yes. Yeah, so sweet potato, I find that like the skins are not as, they're always very, very weathered, but in general, all fruits and vegetables have the nutrients under the epidermal layer, which is the skin. You can look that up too, but yeah, I learned that and it's always stuck with me. Okay, we'll get our egg in there. And I save the eggshell too for fertilizer for our garden. It's very, very good for your plants. The common Death Adder is a species of Death Adder native to... it's a snake. Hi, Rose and Roland. How are you? Welcome to our show. Happy Mother's Day if you're celebrating. Okay. Again, I'm accumulating clutter in this room. Okay, so maybe I'll start to... I know I do have to work in the pork a bit better. Some of it is still clumpy. We gotta mix it thoroughly. All right. And I should be using a spatula. This spoon is a little bit, the handle's a bit short for this. Okay. Okay, it's pretty good. Yeah. I'm okay with this texture. It doesn't have to be exactly like a meatball because they will have a wrapper, but just that they shouldn't be so loose. And I think it will bind together just fine once we fry it. Okay, so this is raw. Put that aside. We're gonna wash this together. Okay. Just gonna do one last mix with a spatula and catch up on the chat. Don't throw eggs down the garbage disposal. That's right. Makes good fertilizer. And just yeah. Okay. Put that to the side. I'm going to check on the sausage. Egg is good with everything. Yes. Yes, it's we go through a lot of eggs. It's easy, it's delicious. Breakfast sandwiches with eggs. Eggs are so good. Even dinner with eggs. I make this tomato stir fry dish with eggs. It's really, really good. It kind of seems like I'm eating breakfast for dinner, but it is really, really good. Maybe I'll do that one day. Yeah, but yeah, people are going to think it's weird, but it's really, really good. Okay, so we have our sausage. Okay, now I'm going to wash the meat juice off of this cutting board and these knives, like the knife and the 2 spoons, because I'm going to add the sausage on it and cut it up. And then put it back on the stovetop for a short moment. Okay. That's our lettuce. So we've got, that's our lettuce that was soaking in the sink. Okay. Okay, egg on hamburger. That's good. That's a lot of protein, but that's good. And I think in Australia, I've heard that pizza is often topped with egg. Yeah, I haven't tried that, but that's gotta be good. How do you do your egg for your hamburger? Is it easy over, or is it cooked? Is it medium, your yolk, or is it well done, your yolk? Sounds like I'm talking about a steak, but yeah, that's the way you describe the cookedness of your yolk. So I'm just there's meat juice that we work with meat. So okay. So we're almost ready to roll. We're almost ready to roll. Okay. I have to borrow this towel. Yes. I've got mismatched washing gloves. They always break on me, so that's why they don't match. Yeah. Rock and roll music. these are wet, but that's all right. We can still use them. Okay. So Mr. Cook for Fun, I can hear him in the background. He is doing some stuff in the garage. He set up some bike hooks, a hook for the ladder, so a lot of the equipment and stuff are being stored vertically now. He's making good use of the garage space. He's making a workbench so that he can do his woodwork. Yeah, he's really excited about that. Yeah, so here's our sausage. We don't want it to be burnt. Okay, let me get a paper towel. Quite a bit. I'm gonna need more than a few paper towels because the cutting board's wet, and plus the sausage is greasy. It's fatty pork. It's a honey garlic sausage. I quite like honey garlic, and this has got to get cleaned. I can use a new one. Okay. But I don't think I don't think I need to fry it anymore. Like, I thought that I'd slice it and then fry it so that the other surfaces could be golden brown. But I think that's good. It smells really good. I love sausages. It's one of my weaknesses. Sausages. I like hamburgers, I like pizza. Okay. Easy or done? Oh, you never had egg on hamburger. It isn't that common either in North America, but burgers have sort of resurfaced as a new trendy food. Like back in the day, burgers were just burgers. Like you had them at your fast food joint. But yeah, I think over the last decade or half a decade, like they've emerged again, and people are beefing up their beef. Like they're doing all kinds of creative things with their burgers. So yeah, don't think egg is traditional, but I've heard of it. I've heard of this burger called a banquet burger. I don't know if the shop I went to made that name up, but banquet burgers, I think, has egg on it. It's got beef. It's got the works, pretty much everything. Bacon, yeah, some dust. Yeah, so it's pretty good. So I'm not gonna bother frying the inside parts. Just pretty good. So that's good. That's gonna go into our summer roll, and I'm going to use one of the noodle pans to just blanch or gently boil the shrimp that I didn't use, because we need cooked shrimp for the summer roll. The summer rolls don't need to be cooked. Once we wrap them, they're done. Yeah, so okay. Smells so good. I want to eat this because I love. I'm trying to help myself. Okay. Sorry, I had to like sneak and do that. So good. Okay. Get a little bowl for the sausage. Okay. And I'm going to just get a pot of water going for the shrimp. Well, I can wrap. Yeah, I can do that. Yeah, no, I have to get that ready first. Okay, and nothing was raw here, so I'll just give this a wipe down. That's good. This has to be, semi-dry for the wrapping. Okay. And we also compost our tissues too. Try to clean up a bit here. Thanks so much for the follow, Rob Boss. Smile King. Okay, so I love dancing. My husband not so much, but I love dancing. There's a chain. Okay, Red Robin Gourmet Burgers, and they put an egg on it. Yum. Yeah, burger joints are always popular. They do well. And I mentioned in another stream too, burgers, they sell for so much, but they're really, really easy to make. So, yeah. try to save that. Just try to save those pennies in your pocket. Or more like bills. Big bills. You're a fan of mixing jalapenos into meat. Yes, I do that too. It's really, really good. And a little bit of onion. And yeah, I like jalapeno. Yeah, in my burger too. I do that too. I have a lot of jalapeno in my freezer. Bees salt in it. Looks nice. Oh, you mean the sausage or the meat? My secret job is noise effects special. I do make a lot of noise effects. That's like my husband tells me I have all kinds of laughs. He thinks it's the weirdest thing. Yep. Yeah. So Red Boss Smite King. Okay, Smite. Let us know what country you're tuning in from. Yeah. Yeah, we have a good mix of people from different places in our chat community right now. And the flags represent places that people have viewed from since our show started in December. Meatloaf. I've never made a meatloaf before. Yeah, and I don't think I've tried meatloaf very often, so I should check that out. It sounds like a really good dish to serve at a party because you can bake it and you can, a lot of people can devour it. I like food like that. Yeah. You're right. Canada doesn't have any pennies. We got rid of our pennies. Sausage. You want to try something? Yeah, it's yeah. They were on sale for $6 Canadian, so that's around maybe just shy of $5 US for like that much. It was this big sale, and like I stocked up. You can request some meatloaf recipes. Sure. Actually, Death Eater, I was looking at my notes. I noticed that a long time ago you mentioned jambalaya. So that was actually in my mind for a coming stream. Maybe like a fusion jambalaya paella, Spanish paella, because I found that the recipes are not too different. So I was actually looking into whether I could fuse jambalaya and paella. So yeah, so I will keep you posted, and I'll look into meatloaf too. For meatloaf, I'm thinking of I do that when I have more people over. It's really heavy, and it's also it's good. It's really good. It's really good. It's a really good dinner food, like to have guests over with. Okay, let me get the water started for our shrimp. Okay, I'll basically boil the water, turn it right off, and put the shrimp in, and not even bother looking at it again until I need to use them. Yeah. Okay. Because shrimp doesn't take long to cook at all, especially our shrimp is really small. Yeah. So I'll just do that. And there's a lid hiding somewhere. Right there. Okay, so now I can start rolling the spring roll. I think, yeah, the indicator has gone off, so it's definitely heated up. Okay, we're doing this. We are doing this. Okay, just do that. Need to spread out. I don't, yeah, yesterday it got so messy in here. It was pretty scary. Okay, all right. So, okay. I can get rid of this towel. So I have to set up my station for wrapping. Okay. Going to have a plate here. Okay. I'm going to have a water basin. We're going to dip the rice paper roll. It's one of my favorite wrappers to work with. Okay. Kind of running out of basins to use, so here's this disposable one. like that, so it's not really in your face. Well, I guess it is. Okay. The noodles, I'll actually strain them. The rice noodles for the summer roll. So that's for the summer roll. We're doing the spring rolls right now. Okay, great. So move that. Okay. Okay. Have our, I'm gonna get this wooden spatula. I like the longer handle because we're working with a bigger bowl. And we're going to use rice paper. There's a bit of French on there. There's Chinese. I think there's Vietnamese on there. Yeah, okay. And it's made of grounded up rice grains that were, I think, hydrated, like that were wet and then formed into rice paper. Yeah, I wouldn't make this myself. It'd be very, very laborious. But I've seen images of people in Vietnam making this. It's like every piece is made like by hand separately. It's unless technology has improved that it could be done in a factory. But yeah, I've seen images of people making this, so it's pretty lots of labor involved. Okay, so first thing I do is maybe I need my assembly line just looking like this. Oh, this way. So put this there. All right. Okay, put it like that. Oh. I got water. I spilled water. I wonder if there's a leak. That's all right. Is there a leak in this? Is there a leak? I hope there's not a leak. I don't know. Okay, 1 second. If there's a leak, okay, I'll grab a different basin. Something is drippy. Either I spilled something or it's leaking. So, and these are disposable. It's possible it could have been punctured. So let's do that. Better safe than being messy. Okay, so I'll just add more water. Okay. Rice paper origami. That'd be difficult. Rice paper origami. It's so fragile, the rice paper. It's very easy to break it. You will see when I'm rolling it. And the trick is not to soak it. It's best to just dip it and start working with it. So I'll show you how. So I get my rice paper, I dip it in, make sure all the dry parts are covered. Okay. I'm just gonna put that on the plate. And I hear the water, so let me just throw the shrimp in and turn off the heat. And that's it. And it's gonna be done really, really soon. Okay. Is rice paper cheap? It is. So I think I bought this packet for $1.50 Canadian. Okay. It ranges from $1.50 to $2, so not expensive at all. I think they're, how many are there? There's quite a bit. I would say 30 of them in there. There's quite a bit in there. Okay, just soak it. There's one dry patch there. Okay, that's it. Okay, so, okay, I'll do, I started with this one. Okay, so I'll put my filling on it. Can you see? Yeah, you can see a bit. Okay. Just my filling in. I'm going to put approximately
this much, okay, and just roll them like burritos. And so I don't know if you can see, but the paper has already started wrinkling. It's already soft. That's it. I didn't soak it. I just dipped it, and within seconds the paper is wrinkling. It's soft. It's ready to start rolling. So I'll just do that. And it's very pliable. It's very flexible. It's not cracking on me. Okay. And I need to put the finished ones somewhere. Sorry, I know. I could use this basin that I thought might have had a hole. So I'll just put the finished ones just in the bin. Yeah. Okay. Okay, and then I'll just keep moving along. Okay, I'll switch. So I won't do the all of them on screen. I'll probably just do 2 batches. Okay. I'm actually making them smaller. I think they fit nicely in the deep fryer when they're smaller. Yeah. Oh, I'll dip the other one so it's ready when I'm done. Okay. Yeah. It's pretty amazing how easy this skin is to work with. Can my pasta maker make rice paper? It's very, very fine. How do I describe it? It's really like paper. It's so fine. So I don't think I could. It might even be under a millimeter. It's really, really fine. Yeah, I don't know of anyone who's ever made it. It's so fine. I don't know if you can see. Yeah. But I can probably do a rice noodle roll with the machine. So it's all preparation in making this. And this is actually not fully hydrated. It's not as soft. So I'll get back to this one. Just put the topping on. And it should be soft enough by the time I get back to the other one. Okay, let's see. Yep, it's soft enough now. Yeah. Oh, okay. Like this. Thanks for the suggestion. Yeah, I don't know. But I keep moving. Yeah. Have I ever made any soups on your cooking shows? Yes, I have. I made a Mexican soup called menudo. And that was quite popular. When that was streamed, there were a lot of people in the chat room who were familiar with that soup, giving me all kinds of tips, and there was general enthusiasm for that soup when I made it. So that was a lot of fun. So I made menudo soup. I also did ramen broth, but I didn't stream the whole thing because it requires slow cooking for like overnight. So, but I did show some of it. Yeah. Is there a soup that you'd like to have featured on the show? Yeah. Soup is fun when there are lots of guests. I find that I don't normally cook as much soup when it's just, my regular cooking because it doesn't get consumed. Like anything, it takes up a lot of fridge space, and then I might have some, but like it just Doesn't, I don't know. So, but it's great for when you have guests over because it just goes nice. Like to have to eat to start off with a nice soup appetizer. It's always really, really nice. Yeah. Ooh. Ah, okay. So what kind of soups are you familiar with where you are, DJ? She crab soup. What is that? Is that a crab soup? Yeah. But soups are nice. I'm quite a fan of soup, and I do like soup noodles. That's very Asian to eat, like noodles in a soupy broth, like Vietnamese noodles. That's quite famous outside of Asia as well. It's very warming. It's just great when it's cold outside. Yeah, so I do like soups. I need the people to help me eat it because it doesn't get eaten here when I make it. Yeah, I grew up eating borscht soup, I guess a Russian borscht soup. It's quite common in Asia to have that soup as a side. Yeah. Hi, Wolfie Hound. How are you? Welcome to our show. Happy Mother's Day if you're celebrating. And let us know what country you're tuning in from. She crab soup. Okay, I need to look that up. It sounds like you need some access to some really good crab to make that soup. But seafood soups are great. Yeah. Well, I like soup because it's very soothing. I actually drink quite a bit of hot water. That's my thing. So I'm quite into like hot liquids. I find it's very soothing. It doesn't have to be a hot day. Actually, I boil water all the time because I like to drink hot water. It's my default. I don't really do the cold water thing unless it's very cold. So that makes me and my husband quite opposite. And it's very peculiar to his family because when they have parties, like no one drinks hot water. It's sort of, I'm the unique one. Like I drink hot water. So I think we have enough rolls to do our first batch. So after I wrap these two, we're going to bring it over to the deep fryer and start frying away. And once that's slowly frying, we're going to work on some summer rolls. Yeah. That way we have both summer rolls and spring rolls ready together. And we'll also work on the dipping sauces. So I did promise today's stream wouldn't be, as long as yesterday's, and I can just finish doing the rest off stream so that you can see the final product shortly. So Charleston, South Carolina is known for their elegant she crab soup. I wonder how the name came about. That's a very nice name, she crab. Like it's she crab, a cross between a bisque and a chowder. Okay, so it's got some texture to it. It's not a consomme. It's thicker. Made with their famous... I want to try that. And I want to try the crab too itself as a dish. Not just, as a soup with flavor. I want to eat the meat. And I want it fresh. Like I want it alive and then I want to eat it, Then. Yeah. Yum. Okay, I just give my hands a rinse. I didn't touch anything raw. Here in Singapore, soups are very common even though it's hot. So, I think that soups are generally quite common in Asia. Like, I think it's common Chinese medicinal belief that soups are healthy because a lot of the essence of your ingredients have drained out of the food, so a lot of stock has bone in it. and they've been like stewing for or slow cooking for a long time, and all the nutrients have been released. So that's sort of a very common, I guess, belief in Asian cooking. And so soups are popular. Yeah. And in hot places, chili food is popular too, because even though it's hot, it somehow cools you down. There is this effect of spicy food. Spicy food cools you down. Even though you feel hot when you're eating it, it makes you sweat. And when you sweat, you're releasing the heat from your body. It's something like that, along those lines. My secret is keeping my husband from eliminating all hot liquids everywhere. Yeah. Thank you so much for the follow, Wayward Raspberry. Cute. So you're into raspberries. Let us know what country you're tuning in from. Yeah. Because they typically use female. Okay, I think I heard about that on a show of Top Chef. I'm just checking where my phone is. It's over there because I'm going to move over there and then I can continue the interaction. We aren't allowed to harvest sponge crabs, the females with eggs. Okay, that makes sense because you want to, for sustainability purposes. So males are flavorless. The special ingredient was always the sponge eggs. It's not about the meat. Female blue crabs do have more meat, usually because males grow faster, but the main reason they use females for meat is for they look prettier. Got it. Okay, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think when something's meaty, it's just, like I was talking about the shrimps, it's good to maintain its shape. And something that is less meaty is good for boiling. It's good for breaking down. So we used small, cheaper shrimp for the filling because we're chopping it up anyways. So that makes sense. Okay. Oh, you were a commercial blue crabber for 20 years. Wow, we've got an expert in here. I'm from the USA, West Coast Italian cuisine mostly, but I'm excited to learn more. Thank you for streaming. Thank you. My pleasure. We have streamed Italian food for Shining Bright's birthday and also for Death Theater. Both we featured pasta, homemade pasta on both shows. We had shrimp alla marinara for Shining Bright's birthday, and for Death Theaters we had bow tie pasta with red pepper and blue and sausage. Both were really yummy. It was really good because I liked making those because I wasn't frying. I wasn't baking. Like the food was nice and moist, comforting. I really liked making those. Yeah, so we do quite a bit of international cooking here. We did a lot yesterday. The Japanese cheesecake and the English cottage pie. The week before that we did rice pie puddings from Finland. Are they hard to make? Well, we'll take you over to the sort of deep fryer. We're going to start, and I'll explain how we made them as we go, because we're making the summer rolls, okay? So we're making spring rolls now, and we're going to do summer rolls later. Similar technique, and I'll explain how the spring rolls were made. Okay, so two things. Refrigerate the perishable and also deep fry the spring roll. So let's do that, okay? Bring Mr. Mike over. Yeah, because I'll be over here. And yeah, I've already changed the display. So, right, the fan's gonna have to be on at least low because we are deep frying. So let me know if you have any problems hearing me. So my utensil of choice are large chopsticks, okay? But so I won't be, because it's big, but I won't be using those yet. I'll just use my fingers and I'll place them in. Yeah, so. Okay. So I'm gonna have to turn them around eventually. I haven't immersed the spring rolls entirely with oil because I just don't want to use that much oil and have to recycle that much oil. we have a good 2 to 3 cups of oil in there. That's good enough for me. So yeah, so we're frying those. Try to squeeze them in there. Is it a problem? Not really. No, it's not a problem. Sometimes we get the spring rolls sticking together because the rice paper has a tendency to stick to things. So I'm just going to be careful here. Yeah, it's already starting to stick over here. Yeah. It's not a big deal though. Yeah, it's sticking. Alright, maybe I'll just... Yep, I've got some sticking going on. What to do, what to do. Alright. I just keep sticking, okay. Stay away, stay away. Alright, so I think we're good. Okay. And I forgot to put them in the basket, but that's alright. I will use it for straining the oil. And then I'm going to... I'm not sure if I should cover it. It came with a cover. I'll just cover it. I do have a screen as well. I could use this. Alright. There. That's screen. Alright. And I will fry the remaining 2 spring rolls with the taro fries. Okay, so let's do the summer rolls. We have our shrimp that's cooked. Okay. Bring this to Mike back to the front. And I'll check on the spring rolls in maybe 5 minutes, flip them around. If I had used more oil, I could avoid flipping them around, but I don't really want to add more oil to it. Okay, so the summer rolls. It's also known as salad roll. Okay. Oh, thanks for the comments about the chopsticks. Those were a gift. I bought something else and they came as a gift, and they're really large, and large utensils are good for when your pot is large. Yeah, so yeah, they're handy for this purpose. All right, you have some milk. So in the salad roll, we are going to add mint, some leafy lettuce, shredded carrot, shrimp, and sausage. And so let me shred some more carrot. Okay. After I'm done shredding the carrot, I'm going to check on the spring rolls back there. Okay, so we're just going to shred it. It's plainer in taste, but the dipping sauce is really, really good. I read online that this summer roll has received awards for being a healthy yet delicious dish. But I must say, the spring roll on its own, the summer roll on its own, is quite flavorless. So not flavorless, but not as flavorful until you add the dip. Ghetto pan cover. So that is a, what do you call it? That's a fry screen, I guess. Okay, I'm hearing some popping, so let's just get back there. Let's just check on things. Okay. Yeah, so it's not sticking. cooking quite well. It's not golden brown. Carrot, shrimp, and sausage. I have seen recipes where there's cucumber. We just didn't have any cucumber. And Thai basil. But it will work. I even saw someone do a fusion one with avocado. So what do you call those? Those are just fry screens. It's a screen, and it allows the heat to come out and go into the fan, but it also catches oil splatter so that it avoids having to clean up a lot of mess after. It just catches the oil splatter. So it does have an actual utility to it. Carrot, shrimp, sausage. Yeah. So sausage isn't often used in this recipe, but I've seen it used on its own without the shrimp. I'm just combining the two, and I just want to add more flavor to the summer roll, but the dipping sauce is really, really good. Okay, actually, I probably don't need both carrots. I think one is good. Yeah. And for the remainder that I can't shave, I'll just cut it. I'll just cut it with my cleaver this side. Oh, you can see the mic. How ugly. Put that off to the side. Sort of clean this. I'll make it look nicer for you in this paper towel roll. Okay. Okay. Compost. That's good. All right, so we'll just work with that. So okay. So we got our shrimp. We have our carrot. Okay, our shrimp is in the front. You can't see it, but it's right here. Okay. We have our lettuce and our mint. Our sausage. It's all preparation. It's really just salad. Okay. Our lettuce leaves. It's going to be a bit wet. We'll just. Alright. So that you can look at that. That looks good. You can look at the carrot too. Okay. Great. Okay. So same thing. We're going to use the rice paper roll. Okay. Yes, giant cleaver, tiny carrots. I use a cleaver for anything that I can. Only when I needed to use a different knife, I will do that. So, the shrimp is in hot water. I think my strainer. Oh, and the noodle too. Yeah, that's why. Because so I can put that together. The shrimp. The reason I didn't strain it was because the strainer was being occupied by the noodles. Okay. Then we will need another bowl. It's a little bowl to catch the drip. All right, so you can see a bunch of things. You can see the shrimp. You can't see the sausage. Just you can. Now you can see everything. Good. Okay. So I'm gonna lay down some shrimp. I think in the recipe they show the larger shrimp, so these are pretty small. So we're going to put that like close to the middle. Put the sausage in there. Use 2 pieces. I might run out, so we'll see. Maybe we'll do 2 and 2. to balance it. Okay. Come on top of each other. Then we got our lettuce leaf. I'm gonna break off the stalk. Okay, I'm gonna break off the stalk and line it horizontally. Okay. Can you see? Yeah, you can see. Okay. And I'm going to, this is a trick I saw online. I've never done it this way. I'm going to use my lettuce leaf. I'm going to just take half of that. I want to preserve as much lettuce as I can. Get my noodle. I'm going to roll the noodle in. I'm going to make a little leafy roll. Add my noodle. That might be a lot. Okay. Start with a long noodle. Haven't done this in a while, actually. It's not hard to do. Get some mint. The mint came fresh from my parents' garden. They harvested it yesterday and they brought some over because they knew I was making this. So yeah, we have plenty of mint. Okay. Here, roll up. Those are noodles. Those are rice noodles. Roll up the noodles with the lettuce. Put that right in there. Then we're going to roll up the rice roll. We're going to roll it up. There we go. Roll it up. And just like a burrito. Okay. There we go. There's one that's done. Looks funny the way I've aligned the, it's funny the way I've aligned the shrimp. Maybe I'll just sort of push them into position. So it's not quite straight. I'll do better with the next one. Okay. Plate. Plate. Asian plate. It's actually, I'll give it a rinse. This actually belonged to my husband's grandma, my grandma-in-law. Yeah. Okay, I can see that. Here. Come on. Rice noodles, yeah. Oh, thank you for the comment. I'm just going to check on the spring rolls. Ooh. Okay, they're looking pretty good. I'm just raising, they've been par cooked. I'm raising it to 400 just to get the golden brown color. Then we can do the taro fries. Okay, all right, then we're doing this other one. Get our leafy lettuce. Oh, I forgot carrot, didn't I? I'm not doing a good job with my spacing. Sort of going between sections of my counter. I break up the stalk so that it's just a little easier to bite down on. Cook for Fun is secretly a classic car dealer operating out of a Bermuda Triangle. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So I'll get my leaf. Get some noodle. Oh, you can't see. A little bit of noodle. That's right. I will check on that right after. Right after do this one. Yeah. So give it. carrot and mint. Okay, do this roll and then put the roll right in there and then roll this up like a burrito. Mint is great. It really brightens up the dish. And where we are, they grow in abundance. They grow so easily. They grow like a weed. So we have so much of it. Yeah. Okay. There we go. There's another roll. All right. And one more, and then I'll check on the spring rolls. Okay. Couple of shrimps. So I won't make them all in front of you. Once the spring rolls are cooked, we'll start making the dipping sauces. Then we can plate that way. You can see the final product sooner, and then I'll finish the rest off stream. It won't take long. Yeah. Ah, you need to cut your mint. Okay, what am I missing? Thank you, Wolfie Hound. What a nice compliment. I'm so lucky. The people who watch my show are so kind. And it gives me support and encouragement to do more. And I just feel really lucky because I've seen like in other streams where people haven't been so kind, and I just feel really, really lucky that people are very good. And I of course have very good moderators who help to keep things in the chat room very, very healthy and welcoming as well. So yeah, I'm just lucky. Thank you so much for making this a good stream and your contribution as well. Yeah, the comments are only good for everyone. Encouragement. I like that. Encouragement. Thank you, MC Hill. Encouragement. Thanks for the encouragement. Okay. After these noodles go in, we're going to check on the spring rolls. Yeah. And then we're going to do our dipping sauce. I love this wrapper too. I think it could be used for all kinds of things. It's not limited to cooking Vietnamese summer rolls or spring rolls. Yeah, we can wrap some of M Say Hello's jerk chicken in here. That would be so good. Oh my gosh. The flavors from the jerk chicken. Oh. Oh. We should share food here. We should. Oh, thank you very much. Wow. Thanks for the love, everyone. SP Freely, MC Hello, Wolfie Hound, Wayward, Roz, Raspberry. Thank you, SP Freely. Yeah, and when I started this stream, I just thought I would cook things that I cook and I don't know, and describe it and share it. But it turned out that viewers were teaching me like techniques too. So I was learning as well, and then people were asking me to feature their request, and I've had like so much fun. So you can see the carrot showing through the skin here, so it's prettier. I've had so much fun, and my husband has been liking it because he agrees that since I started streaming, I've been cooking better, like more variety, and also my skills have improved because I've been learning through the advice I've been given. And he gets excited. And then my parents too. Well, they're coming over for dinner tonight, and they live down the street. But I normally walk the food over to them after the stream, and they get to try new things too. Well, it's the thought that counts. Say hello. Yeah. And I would love to share all this food with you too. Yeah, to everyone watching. Some streamers take their viewers for granted, and you can't. It's the viewership that makes the stream. I'm a set designer for the #1 Antarctic TV show. Oh my god! And why am I living in this icy hell? We need a smell cam. Okay, watching good cooking streams is why you cook at home. And you know what? I always encourage cooking from home. I just think it's so good for you, like in so many ways. Like food. First of all, food. Food is love, right? Food brings people together. It's the universal topic that everyone can agree on and genuinely feel excited about, right? Because we all love food, and doing all kinds of things to food and making food taste better and sharing ideas. And then food is associated with community, like your family gatherings, like sharing, having people over, or cooking for someone. It's love, right? Food is a community and love. And food is also a necessity. We have to eat to survive, and it's better to cook your own food. You can cook it healthier than eating out. You know what's in it. And you also cook with love that way. And also you save a lot of money. And this is always something that we always allude to in our stream about, just, when you save money, you can, it's a good thing, right? It's always good if I can put money back in your pocket, or if you can do that by cooking. And I mentioned a couple of streams ago about hamburgers, how they're so expensive. When you sit down, when you dine in and have a burger, I'm not talking about McDonald's or Burger King like a joint. I'm talking about going to a burger restaurant, such as the one Death Eater referred to me. I think it's called Red Robin Burgers. You often pay like 10 to 15 American dollars for your burger, and like a pound of ground beef is around. Now I'm preaching to you guys. I'm sorry, but it's very dear to me. Like, a pound of ground beef could easily be bought for $6 American, and you can make 4 1/4-pound burgers. You add your breadcrumbs, you add your jalapeno, your ingredients. You can probably stretch that out to a 5th burger, and you spent half the price of dining in, and you can now feed like 5 people. That's really, really good. So there's me. You heard my spiel. I'm really passionate about the need to just, I think. And it's a good home activity too. If you have kids, like, teach them, get them involved. It's you can stay in your home. You're not paying your rent. You don't have to leave right after you finish eating. Eat your burger, eat your whatever food you're eating, and I have a passport so I can go back to North America after visiting Canada. Oops, giving me part of my. Whoa. Say hello. You know a lot about Canada. You seem to know quite a bit about Ottawa, and Hudson Bay. That's very, very Canadian. Hi, Mary. How are you? It's been a while. Hope you're doing well. Yeah. Meatloaf burgers, stretch burger meat. It's good call. So $6, I'm just saying, I wouldn't pay $6 a pound, but I'm just saying, probably less than that. I could usually find it for, maybe on sale, I can find it for $3. Yeah, but $6 is on the high end. Yes, okay. One of your best friends is in Ottawa. Works for the finance ministry. Okay, let's check on the spring rolls now. I think we can get them, get the oil straining from them. I'll just be a sec, so I won't move the mic. All right. Okay. Ooh, okay. Folks. Actually, I'll just like that. I'll also get the taro fries. So we've got some taro fries that we're soaking. Did we chat too long? No, I just it's just slightly over. No problem. All right, so I'm gonna fry these taro fries. A little more overcooked than I expected, but that's okay. They're not burnt totally, and we'll salvage them. Okay, so let's make our dipping sauces. I'll first take the ingredients out, then I'll check on the frying pan before we continue. So I'll do it in stages. Okay. So we've got our nutty sauce, and we have our lime or citrusy sauce. Yes, we're making 2 dipping sauces now. Just catching up on the chat. Ah. Okay. And I'm just rolling the line to get the vessels to open. Someone gave me a tip yesterday, so I should give that a try, and that's to cut the ends off to open the vessels up before I squeeze. So I'll give that a try, but let's make our dipping sauces. So our nutty sauce uses peanut butter. I'm using a peanut butter substitute called Wow Butter. It is soy nut based. I'm using that. They both have fish sauce. They both have sugar. Both have garlic. Both have chili, so let me grab that. I'm actually using jalapeno. I have Thai chilies, but I'm using jalapeno. It's just it was easy to reach for me. And I think we're good. And just for the nutty sauce, we also have sriracha and hoisin sauce, which is a sweet sauce. It you can make this sauce, but if you don't have it, don't worry too much about it. Just use sugar. Okay. So, and yes, okay. I'll get 2 bowls. Clear bowl for the lime sauce and the blue bowl for the peanut or the nut sauce. Now I'm going to check on the spring rolls. Death Eater. I don't know how to make bacon wrapped scallops and barbecue sauce. Bacon wrapped scallops and barbecue with pecan crust. Oh, wow. Okay. You have mentioned the pecan crusted salmon for quite some time. I do got to get on that. And you really like mashed sweet potato. Okay. Jambalaya is coming up, but you have mentioned that for some time, so I can't forget that. Yeah. Okay, so let's check on the spring rolls or the fries. Okay. Okay, the heat is significantly lower, so we don't have to worry too much about the fryer. Okay, sweet and sour fish. Okay, so my husband did mention that I should do a stream where I explain the difference between authentic Chinese food and North Americanized Chinese food, like chicken balls, egg rolls, General Tso chicken or Kung Pao chicken. These are creations that emerged outside of Asia, but are beloved dishes in North American Chinese takeout restaurants. They are very good. They aren't authentic, but they're very good. They are its own category of cuisine. So when you mentioned the sweet and sour fish or chicken, that's what it reminded me of. Yeah. Wow. Sweet and sour fish, yeah. I've seen that before. Yeah, I've seen that. It's very similar technique to doing chicken. Wolfie Hound is having crab stuffed salmon with rice. That sounds really, really gourmet. Did you make that? Wow, crab stuffed salmon. So you've got your crab and your salmon both together. Both of those are very delicious, but you've combined them. Do the taro fries get soft? Or are they still crispy? So let me find out in a sec. I've never made them before. But it was an idea that came up in another stream since I was using taro for today's stream to use the rest for fries. Yeah. Okay, we shall see the texture for taro fries versus potato fries. Barbecue bacon wrapped scallops. I would imagine it's no comparison, just like how we Brits took Indian cuisine and invented a bunch of dishes. Interesting, I didn't know that. Okay, so there are like, I guess, British influenced Indian dishes. You put in the oven at 10:30 a.m. Okay, so let's start the dipping sauces. The lime one is pretty easy to do, but I'm going to try the trick that the viewer recommended, and that's by cutting the tops. I don't know how this is going to work, but that's supposed to open up the vessels, and I believe that because the pulp of your fruit does converge at the ends. So if they converge, then I would guess that is where the vessels would kind of originate, and by opening them up, and this isn't a very sharp knife. I'm cheating by using this. Okay, to give it a boost. Okay, and a lot of juice. It is very juicy. Like I can actually see it like right there. So I guess that does work. Okay, that opens the vessel up, and I'll just give it a squeeze. Yeah. Next, we're going to add some sugar. I guess I could have done sugar with a bit of warm water to dissolve the sugar, but that's okay. I think the sugar is still dissolvable. Yeah, so I'm just gonna work this entire lime. I love this dipping sauce. I love the taste of lime. It's so nice. It's so refreshing. so exotic. Yeah, and I love lime in my salsa. We do salsa quite a bit too. We haven't featured it on the show. Actually, we did, but a long time ago. We did it for New Year's Eve. Yeah, homemade salsa is way better than store-bought salsa, and it's easy. It's so easy to do. Just your tomato, lime, cilantro, a bit of onion, and chili, and maybe some olive oil. And there's your salsa. You were watching Gordon Ramsay, and he did the same thing with his. Okay, so it was a viewer that recommended this tip. So I'm learning through the show and trying it out. But it's like that's pretty good. I mean, this is an entire one. It's not half. Usually you get a wedge or you get half of it, but that is pretty good. I'm impressed. And I often keep this for making like lime water, just for drinking later. Like I don't, yeah, I put it in the fridge, but yeah, I don't have to throw it out right away. Hot or sweet salsa? I do hot salsa. I haven't tried sweet salsa. Do you just sweeten with sugar? I've never tried that before. I bet it tastes really, really good though. The sweet and hot are a good combination. I would imagine the chili is still there, right? Or that could be an alternative for people that can't take too much heat, to do a sweet salsa. Yeah. You've often talked about peppers, Say Hello, in this stream. I know that, yeah, you've experimented with different peppers due to all of the participants in your board game nights. Yeah, but you're doing jerk chicken tonight. Yummy, yummy, yummy. Sweet mango. Oh, I've done mango salsa before. I have mango right there. I'm looking at it. It's really, really good. Pineapple salsa is really good too. My husband did a fish taco with a mango salsa. It's really, really good. But mango, any salsa would go good with anything. It's just pure goodness. Salsa. Datil peppers this morning. You pickled them. Wow. Tell us how you pickled them. I've never. Well, I've made kimchi. That is a type of pickle, but I'm gonna do this other one because I'll do it later. Keep it fresh for later. Okay. I'm gonna add some sugar so that can start dissolving, and I'm just eyeballing it. You could follow recipes for this, but I'm just eyeballing it. So 1.5 teaspoons. I don't have a lot here, so that will definitely sweeten it. Okay, I'll just let that dissolve and work on the minced garlic. Okay, I just use 1 clove because it's such a small amount. I'm a Tex-Mex and Cali kid. Love peppers. Yeah. Datil peppers. Interesting. I want to look that up. Fresh tacos. So I've never made fresh taco wrappers. I know that people can buy something called a taco press to get your taco skins really, really flat. Or maybe use the pasta machine like I do. But I know they're really, really good. I've had fresh tacos. Thank you so much, Flip Shock. Welcome to Cook for Fun TV, and let us know what country you're tuning in from. You're in time for our dipping sauces, and we're about to plate momentarily. Thanks so much for the follow, River Dragon. Wow. Yeah, are these friends of Mary Contrary? Well, thanks for your presence. It's helped others join and want to be a part of our community here. Yeah, Mary Contrary is an artist. She does wood burning, so she does a lot of etching with her tool, and it burns the wood, and that's sort of the wood burning tool is, you can pretty much analogize it to her drawing instrument. It's quite unique. It's nothing I've seen live before. Like, I've seen it on her stream, but I haven't seen it elsewhere at any art exhibit that I've been to. And it's interesting because the medium that she uses is wood. So she's not using a canvas or paper. She's using wood, and she's etching like her design in it with her instrument. Yeah, so it gives it a really nice, for people who are into country charm as their decor in their home, like really into wood. My husband is into wood. He likes salvaged wood, and he started a woodworking class, but he dropped out because he thought it was too easy. He had already self-learned a lot of the material, so he wants to take an advanced course, but he's really into wood. So for people who like that country cottage charm in their home, like one of her designs would go so well. Yeah, and I think you have a Etsy store too, so check her out, Mary Contrary. The teal looks like a great pepper. Ah, okay, I'll look that up. Okay, it's too hot. Well, you don't have to eat it. Just use a little bit. Use a dash of it in your food. Yeah, you can't really eat peppers. They're just too intense. I know some people do, but it can't be fun to do that. I can't see myself, like, this is jalapeno. I know they have jalapeno poppers with cheese in them to neutralize the heat, but it's still hot. So just have a little bit for the kick. Ah, you wish there were more wood burn. You know what? It's always good to have a niche, to be unique. So you can start it. Yeah, kickstart. There you go. Is wood burning a new novelty art? Thousands of years. Wow. I would imagine because burning has been around and wood has been around, so that medium can't be too new, but I think the tool she uses is probably really like high tech. Yeah. Ah, okay. You're making hot pepper sauce. Yum. I'm just using jalapeno. Usually Thai pepper would go in, but I'll just use this. I shouldn't have used all the garlic in there because I need some for the nutty sauce. I just wasn't thinking. So I'll have to redo some more or do more garlic for the other sauce. So I'm just going to do a few. Yeah. And then I'm going to check on the spring roll. That's important. Okay. It's just coarsely chopped. You could mince them more fine. So far this is what it looks like. Allowing some garlic and pepper floating in there. And some fish sauce. Ah, cool, River Dragon. You also have a wood burning set. Poblanos are too big to make into poppers. Okay, medium level peppers are good for the poppers. Okay, I'm just gonna drizzle a little bit. Okay, give it a stir. I was told it has to become a nice amber color. I don't know. And I'll also add some water too. And just dilute it a bit so that you can dunk your spring roll without feeling like you got too much. That's good, I think. Okay, and I'll add some water to it. So tap water is clean in Canada. Otherwise, I'd get the boiled water. Yeah, I ran out, so tap water is clean in Canada. So I'll just put that in here. Okay. So that was really easy to make. Our dipping, our lime dipping sauce. Now we're going to just quickly check on our fries and our remaining spring rolls, and we'll have to just increase the temperature, but we'll be careful this time not to burn anything or get it over fried. So we've fired the heat up to 400 now. It was at 300 to par cook. The fries have to be double fried. The spring rolls not so much, but we're just doing it together and it's all right. The same thing will work for the spring rolls. And we'll work on the peanut sauce. Okay. Or not the, I shouldn't call it peanut because I'm allergic to peanut. The wild butter sauce. So between the nutty sauce or the nut butter and the hoisin sauce, I'll approximate 3 to 1. So just do 1 heaping spoon and just a little bit of the sweet sauce. If you don't have it, we'll just add more sugar. That's fine. It was an easy sauce and it's tasty too. You have your lime and then your sugar to cut the acidity. And the garlic and the peppers add some flavor, and then the fish sauce, adds a bit of that saltiness that you need to it. Okay. I wish my other bowl was clear so you can see it. I only have 1 clear bowl, so I'll just show you. I'm just doing a little bit. Okay, and I'll do just a little squirt of this hoisin sauce, but if you don't have it, that's all right. It's made with a combination of things. It's sweet and it's got molasses in it too. So what's molasses? It's a difference between brown sugar and white sugar. The difference is molasses. It's just got a deeper flavor to it. It actually has sweet potato in here. Sugar, water, soybeans, sweet potato, cornstarch, sesame, garlic, wheat flour, chili, spices, whatever that means, spices. And then preservatives, acetic acid, color, potassium sorbate. Don't know what those are. And a squirt of sriracha. It's not a plum sauce, but yeah, hoisin is, look at that. The picture of it shows summer rolls and Vietnamese noodles. That's the picture there. Yeah, it's commonly eaten with those. And the Chinese characters, my Chinese is limited, but I can read that. The Chinese reads seafood sauce. So I suppose that it was originally used as a seafood sauce. That's what the Chinese characters read. Okay. And so we added a squirt of hoisin and a squirt of sriracha. We're going to add a little bit of fish sauce. So I think the star of this sauce will be the nut butter rather than the other ones, but they seem to be there just to balance the flavors. Okay, and we're gonna just crunch another garlic in here and give that and a little bit of pepper, like some jalapeno, then mix it up. And these sauces could be made to taste. If you want it sweeter, add a bit more sugar, more lime. Lime is always good, add more lime. That's why I'm not following any recipe right now. I do have them posted. If you hit !recipe, but you don't have to be too particular. It's meant to be pretty easy to just sort of whip together. Okay, you can't see that, so I'll make sure you can see that. So it doesn't look like a sauce yet. It's very dry looking. So we'll add a bit of water and just give it a mix. Are the fries double fried because of the thickness? So fries are double fried in order to firstly par cook the inside, just like parboiling, but we're par frying. So getting the inside nice and soft, get your mushy inside for the fry. And then the next step is to get the outside crispy and golden brown. So that's how French fries are done, and we're doing the same for the taro fries. So I'm just gonna put it in. All right. Okay, so let's add a bit of water to this nut sauce. Okay, and give it a stir. And then I can just move some of this clutter away and start to plate and do my photos, and we are good. I'm allergic to peanut, but you can use peanut butter if you're fine with it. Oh, I forgot the chili, so I'll quickly chop that up after I'm done stirring this. And I do have some ground almond that I grounded in the past. So I'm going to sprinkle that as a garnish. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so, and I have nicer, I can use this. It looks nice too. So let me just cut up the jalapeno. Okay. Then I'll check on the deep fryer again, and then start plating. So we're making good time. Usually my streams are done, around this time. So yesterday was a bit intense with the 3 menu items. Okay. So stick that in there. Okay, so let's check on the fryer. Okay, it's looking good, so we'll just start plating and making this place a bit more presentable. And double frying is often used for frying chicken. So you do your par frying to cook the inside of the meat, and then your second frying at a higher heat to get the skin nice and crispy. Okay, let's check on that pop. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so just getting our setup. This is actually pretty nice. This plate that belonged to my grandma-in-law, my husband's grandma. So I think I'm gonna use that. I often use the leaf plate, but yeah, I kind of like this. So we'll put that here, and the fries and the spring rolls they're just dripping. The oil is just dripping from them. Okay. I'm looking at like what you see. We want to make this place, just push it aside so it's less cluttery looking. Kind of cheating that way. We've got our bullet in the way. Put that down here. Okay. And what else? We have our nutty sauce, so let's put that in our sauce. Okay. Thank you so much for the follow, Nana Tara. Tara means earth. Yeah, and potato is pomme de terre in French, meaning apple of the earth. So that's a really beautiful reference, the Tara. Hoisin is a plum sauce, isn't it? Perfect sauce then. Looking good. Thank you. I'm just sprinkling some almonds on top of the nut sauce to add a bit of texture. It's not necessary. It's just for presentation. And also for eating and presentation, we often use some of this leafy lettuce. Okay, so I should line this plate with leafy lettuce, and we will use the lettuce to wrap the spring roll. Yay! I'm honored to be the first person to point that out, Nana Tara. Yeah. You don't have the best aerial view. I could bring the camera over in a second because we're done with that area, so you can sort of see there. Okay, and I'll have an extra leaf. It's for eating the spring roll. Okay, so that's gonna go over here. It's a little cluttery. I could take off a couple of those. I won't eat them all in front of you. It's too much. I'll just I think I'm gonna cut one of the summer rolls in half and cut the spring roll in half and just sort of sample half portions in front of you. Thank you. I think plating's important. I've had fun. If you yesterday I etched a heart in our cottage pie, and I used cheddar cheese to add an accent to make the heart pop out, and some parsley flakes. And I'm totally boasting. And last week when I made the rice pudding pies, during the break when the food was baking the pies were baking in the oven, you know, I can't just sort of stand around and say, okay, let's watch the timer countdown. We have to keep the stream going. So I carved an apple swan, and that was fun. It was easy to do, but it was a lot of fun. And then the 2 weeks before that, we made this chicken stew, and it needed more color because the chicken was, it was just beige, and the sauce was walnut. So we had strawberry roses. So yeah, we've had fun just to play with our food and decorate it. I once had something called lucky lettuce. It was like this corn and meat filling. And you wrap it in lettuce. So okay, I'm gonna look that up. Interesting. Was it Asian? When I see lucky lettuce, you know, Asian is all about luck. A lot about homonyms, like words that sound like other words that might refer to something lucky. So, for example, a mandarin orange, like those tiny oranges, in the Chinese language, it's in my ethnic language, it's Cantonese. It's gum, but in Mandarin it's like jin, and those words also sound like the word gold. So it's very lucky during Lunar New Year to eat that fruit or give it to people. You're like you're giving gold or you're eating gold. So when I see lucky lettuce, I think there must be some sort of, I don't know, it just reminds me of my background in the way foods are associated with luck and wealth and prosperity and good vibes for the future. Yeah. An apple swan for, yeah, it's not hard to do, and it's always so pretty. Okay, let's check on our spring rolls and our fries. Okay. Okay. So I'll get the less burnt ones. And here. The plating isn't that good. I do need a splash of red. maybe some carrot. A nice leaf tucked in there. Nice mint, bunch of it. It's a bit cluttery, so I'll probably take off one of these rolls just to even it out so that we have, we have 2 spring rolls, we have 2 summer rolls. Okay, I'll get another dipping, I guess. Okay, so do that. Okay, let's see if I can do this without. Okay, it's not bad. It's actually not my best plating, but I know it tastes good because I've made these before and they're always a hit. I guess I'll even it out. I'll have the sauce is flanked by a summer and a spring roll. Okay. I do need like something red just in the middle. Like I do need, a red Thai chili would be perfect, but I don't have that. I have green Thai chilies. Yeah, do I have anything red? Well, yeah, I know. I can squirt some sriracha on each of them. Oh, and the fries. Okay, our taro fries. So taro fries, I don't think they serve this in Vietnam, but taro is definitely a Southeast Asian root vegetable. So it's not too way off, but we're just using the deep fryer for multi-purposes. And what I'll do, I have this, I have an odd number. Okay, I'll leave that to the side. As for, yes, the taro fries are done. I mean, I could make them more brown, but I think they're good. I'll show you up close what it looks like. So like your normal French fry would be a bit golden brown, so we do have some of the browning on the edges. The taro vegetable is quite pale. The flesh is quite pale to begin with, so it's paler than the potato. So it won't be as brown as potato unless we keep it in the fryer for longer. I'm going to squirt in order to get the redness in there, like something just to sort of break up the green and the more like yellow tones that are going on in here. Let's just put some of this sriracha on the fries because that seems to make sense. Yeah, that makes sense. So yeah, maybe it might be funny, but it's gonna be spicy. Got a squirt of sriracha. Yeah. Okay. Wonder how well you can see that. And let me bring the tripod over so you get a good aerial view. We're done with the deep fryer. Okay, so hopefully nothing drops. I'll just do this carefully. Yeah, you're gonna see the legs of the tripod. Okay, it's not really zoomed in, but there you go.
And I will take a photo for Twitter. And you'll be in the photo, so smile, like the chat box will be in the photo, so you're in the photo too. Okay. So one showing you in there. And one close up. And before I eat it, I'm going to get our kitchen scissors and just cut because I'm not going to finish it in front of you. I never do that. Yeah. Okay, so good question, Nana Tara. We were talking about the deep fryer oil. We are actually not going to dispose it. We're going to recycle it. And what we do is we let the oil cool down, so it'll be like another hour or a couple of hours. I'm not going to watch the clock. And once it's cooled down, it's safe to handle. I'll get our mason jar. I'll add a funnel on top and a coffee filter. I'll line the funnel with a coffee filter and just use a ladle and scoop some of that used oil in there. And the filter will filter out any of the crumbs, the crispy residue that stayed behind in the oil. Because by now the oil is a darker shade of brown. Like the oil started off as a yellow color, but it's now brownish, so we want to get all the perishables out. So we'll filter out all those crispy residue pieces. Then it'll take a while too. The filtering takes a while, a few hours sometimes. Then we'll simply store it in the fridge, and it's good for a few months. And reuse that oil. You can use it when you cook, do your next deep frying batch, or even when you're frying eggs, just cooking. You can just use it as regular cooking oil. You can do that. So, and that's one thing I kind of find prohibitory about deep frying, is that you feel like you're gonna waste all this expensive oil, because you could use an entire jug of oil or half a jug. It's not it's not modest, the amounts. So I don't like that, but I learned that you could recycle it. I've talked to another streamer about it too, and so don't waste. Hi there, Dog18. How are you? Welcome to our show. You're just in time for our social eating, and let us know what country you're tuning in from. We are an international community. Yeah, you keep bacon grease for cooking. Yeah, and I used to keep chicken skin when you put it on the pan. And in some places, chicken skins are snacks. You fry it, it turns golden brown. It's the best part of the chicken. Well, not the best part, but it's the tasty part. It's like having KFC without having to buy KFC. You can just fry your own crispy chicken skins and eat that. Not healthy, but it's good. I mean, when you buy it, you're eating the bad stuff anyway. So either you pay for it or you make it yourself. And a lot of oil gets rendered out, and it's good. It's good for, cooking your vegetables, and just gives it some of that chicken flavor to it. So you can do that. Yeah. People save animal fat for frying and adding flavor to their food. Chicken skin. Yeah. So another viewer who's one of our moderators that often comes on has a Filipino background, and mentions that in the malls, there are food stalls that sell chicken skins, and people buy it. Like, that is the snack. There's no sugarcoating that. It's something else with chicken skin in it. It's chicken skin. You eat it. It's good. It's crispy. It's goodness. Yeah. Okay, so let me cut up. Going to just cut a summer roll in half and a spring roll in half. Okay. And I'll have a half of each. Yeah, okay. So I just want to show you what the inside looks like too before I do that. So here's a summer roll. It isn't a big deal. The summer roll
It's also known as salad roll. So it has shrimp in it. It has sausage. Sausage isn't really conventional. Just I wanted more like meat flavor in there. And there is rice noodle. There is leafy lettuce and mint. You could add Thai basil. I just didn't have any. I added a bit of carrot and I didn't have any cucumber. So it's kind of on the simple side. Okay. Then for the spring roll, and I think someone came on. I promised to mention what was in it, and I didn't get a chance to. So, okay, it's more like a dumpling filling. We added, so the filling was raw and it got cooked when we put in the deep fryer. We have a nice meaty combo of fatty ground pork, crab meat, and shrimp. Okay, all minced up. We have wood ear mushroom. Wood ear mushroom. It actually looks like ears, okay? Wood ears. These are American cherry. It's got the word wood, so, but, so wood ear mushrooms. They look like ears. They really do. And the way I described it is like vegetarian pig ears. They are crunchy the way pig ears are, but they don't have cartilage in them because it's not animal product. But where the parts of the ear join together, like before they curl out, it's crunchy. So it's got a nice texture when you're eating that in the spring roll. And the actual texture of the ear part is kind of like kelp. Your seaweed, your kelp. It's kind of, I don't know, it's crunchy, but it's kind of slimy, but not really. It's not really slimy. Seaweed isn't that. I mean, it could be slimy if it's got algae on it, but it's crunchy but kind of slippery. And it's a really popular item in some Asian dishes. So it gives it nice texture in the spring roll. So that's in there. And we have a little bit of carrot. We've got green onion. We even have a noodle in there. We have a glass noodle that's made of bean. I don't think the noodle does much to it. I think it's just kind of there as a filler, same as breadcrumbs in your hamburger or breadcrumbs in your meatball. It's kind of there. And just checking. I think I got it all. Then for flavoring, we have fish sauce, white pepper, sugar. Did I forget the sugar? I think I forgot the sugar. And I put garlic powder just because I like garlic powder and some onion powder. Yeah. And our taro is just plain taro. We firstly soaked them in water to get some starch out. Then we did the double fry method. Firstly at 500 for about 5 minutes, took them out, cranked up the fryer to 400 and did the second frying to it to get it golden brown. So that's what we did today. So when we eat the when we eat the spring roll, we actually wrap it in the leafy lettuce, and then we dip it in and we eat it. Just catching up on the chat. I'm torturing, yes. We'll share. I'll trade you for your jerk chicken, and I'm happy to share with any of you. Okay. So everyone wants the tasting to start. It does look like an ear, the wood ear. Okay. Hey, Crowded Kitchen, how are you? Welcome to our show. Okay, so the taro fry. I've never tried this before, but I bet I've had something similar. So if you've had Japanese food and had, what do you call it? The basket of deep fried stuff. Oh, it's not coming to me where you have your tempura. Yeah, tempura. I think one of those vegetable slices is taro. You've got your yam, your taro, your shrimp. So let me give that a try. They're good. I'm gonna be honest. I think potatoes taste better because I like the flavor of the taro. Because taro is slightly sweet. It's almost like having sweet potato fries, but not as sweet as sweet potatoes. However, the taro vegetable is more firm. And as a result, it just doesn't have that mushy goodness that the inside of a potato French fry has. it's just not, because the vegetable itself isn't as soft. I mean, I suppose I could have left them in the par frying stage for longer and see what happens, but in a lot of recipes I saw, they're usually cut like matchsticks, like really, really thin. They're supposed to be, the focus is not on the inside texture so much. It's just kind of like the whole thing, which is like having something crispy. So that's what I feel, but they're very good. I'm happy to eat them all. Like, they're good. So yeah, they're nice, but I think I like French fries, but I'll give these another chance. Maybe I'll try to cut them up thinner next time for the next batch, or I'll even try the par frying method for a bit longer to see if the inside gets softer. Yeah, it is chewier, not so much like potato French fries. Yeah. But taro tastes really, really good. Like, it's a very tasty vegetable. It's sweeter. It's good. So I'll finish this, then I'll work on the summer roll. And Mr. Cook for Fun is here. I'll share with him too. Okay, so the summer roll. So I'll give the bigger half to Mr. Cook for Fun. So you want the nutty sauce or the okay, you can try the nutty one first. It's probably less likely to drip. So I'm actually not trying it first. Mr. Cook for Fun is, okay? Okay, so MCLO, I think after this week I'm just going with a surprise meal rather than asking first. That's a good idea. I think you know the group enough to know what their taste preferences are, so you're going to do something that's appropriate, and it's going to be a fun surprise. Yeah, and surprises are fun. And I'm getting the thumbs up from Mr. Cook for Fun. I haven't had this yet, so that's a good sign. Is he camera shy? Are you camera shy? He's too embarrassed to give me the nod to tell me to signal the answer to that, but I'm gonna guess that it's a yes. Thank you, Crowded Kitchen. I'm well, and if you're tuning in from North America, happy Mother's Day. Yeah, maple syrup. I suppose instead of using sugar in any of the dipping sauces, to use maple syrup just to give it that syrupy kick, but while adding the sweetness. Wolfie Hound says hi to you. Okay, I'm gonna give this a try. I'm nervous because that color I see is associated with peanut butter, but I know I personally made it and I didn't use peanut butter and I don't smell it. I can actually smell it if it was peanut butter, but like anyone allergic to peanut butter is sort of trained. Like every time you see that container with the green lid, like that Kraft peanut butter lid, it's sort of like go stay away because it's pretty serious allergy. But I know I made this. It's not peanut butter, but it's just seeing it like I would never trust it unless I made it. Mmm. 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 That's good. So I'm not bleeding. It's sriracha sauce. I must have sort of wiped it on me when I had the fry. It's really, really good, the nutty sauce. So if you have an allergy, find a substitute that works, like I did. That was good. I'm going to double dip. I hope you don't mind. I'm going to try the lime sauce. Yeah. So that was made with lime, fish sauce, garlic, and pepper and sugar. My blood is sriracha. Sriracha is such a beloved sauce. It has grown in popularity so quickly. It's won awards and people have like used it in all kinds of recipes. I think Heinz has a sriracha ketchup. Frankie's hot sauce has a Frankie's sriracha hot sauce. Yeah, it's really taken off. And I think Mary Contrary mentioned that one of her colleagues dressed up as a sriracha bottle for for Halloween. So people really embrace this this international sauce, which is pretty cool. Okay, I'm trying this lime sauce. I know I'm gonna like it because it's like the first sauce I've ever had. That's Vietnamese. Okay, how do I do this? Okay. So, a big part of this eating either of these rolls is the sauce. You can't have it without the sauce. The sauce is just too good. And after I finish this half summer roll, I'm going to show you how the spring roll is eaten. It's you wrap it in, you wrap the lettuce around it. So you've got the vegetable with the crispiness. It's good. Yeah. And it also probably makes you feel less guilty if you don't want to be eating fried foods all the time. You're pairing it with lettuce. Okay, Mary Cherry, thank you for stopping by and see you next time. Have a great Mother's Day. Yeah, I know you're celebrating. Like, I know you're in the US, so. Okay. Okay, I'll get one that's already kind of ripped, if there is one. Okay, so we get our spring roll and we wrap it in the lettuce, and we convince ourselves that we're eating so healthy because we're pairing our deep fried spring roll with lettuce. Yeah. Okay. Hi there, Gunsmith. How are you? Yeah. Thank you for tuning in. I did mention you because we were talking about chicken skin, and I remember you mentioning that in the Philippines, the malls have food stalls that sell chicken skin, like just chicken skin, and people. It's really popular. So yeah, we were talking about saving our deep frying oil and saving our bacon fat to cook with. So yeah. Okay, I'm gonna try it with. I'm gonna go back to the nutty sauce. I'm impressed. I've never had this before because if I order it out, it would be made with. Well, I think I dropped some like a little filling in there. So I'm just like using my fingers to pick it up. Yeah. You see, you can't do this when you're eating out because. You know, you might kind of look like you have no manners, but at home you can be comfortable. So I like eating at home, and then you can have the TV on. Yeah. So, yeah, I'm so glad I was able to make this with a substitute because otherwise I would never have the opportunity to try it, and it tastes so good. I can't order it when I'm out, but I can make it in a way that doesn't have the peanut allergens in it. You were making breakfast. What did you make? Okay. So good. So good. Yeah, so this is the second time I've streamed spring rolls because they're a family favorite. I want to double dip. Yeah, my family will have my cooties. An omelet, okay. What'd you put in your omelet? Eggs are great. We were just talking about how eggs are good with like anything, like on hamburger as well. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna stuff a mint in my mouth. So healthy now. That sounds good. Bacon's also a magic ingredient too. Eggs, bacon. Yeah, you break your cookie in half and the calories fall out. Yep, spring roll dipped in cooties. Yeah. My husband and I will devour this, and I'll make like some more for my family coming tonight. Well, look at all this green here, right? It's I mean, I haven't been eating it all, but the green is overpowering all this crispy stuff here. So we really aren't having anything unhealthy. You can barely see it. It's like it's hiding. It's just half of the plate is green. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna wash up, and it is 1:23. I'm going to find our little friend to say to wish you a wonderful Mother's Day if you're celebrating, and yeah. Get ready for it. Give you time to get ready, or an opportunity to get ready for your week. Okay, your husband went somewhere. He does. He walked away, but he totally knows that there's food right here. You put food on your green plate, so it's automatically healthy. That's right. Okay, I'm gonna wash my hands, and our little friend will visit us. And he's gonna start, like, his face is gonna gravitate towards the food once I bring him over. Such a sleepyhead. Hi everyone. Winston just wants to wish everyone a wonderful Sunday. If you're celebrating Mother's Day, happy Mother's Day, and he wants you to enjoy the rest of your weekend and have a great week ahead, and to see you next week. And he also thanks all of the viewers for contributing and sharing their wonderful ideas, and also the moderators for keeping this channel very welcoming to viewers, and keeping the communication very appropriate and good for everyone. So thanks again. Have a wonderful day. See his ears twitch. Okay, bye for now. Yeah, and say bye to Death Eater's dog, CJ, Smitty, and Lukey Man. Ciao. Boston Terrier race. Okay, we'll pet the doggy for you.